This is Me and the Dreamy Doomsday. Sweet small-town romantic comedy in Good Grief, Idaho. Book 5. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. Kori.
I yank my wrench back, tightening a bolt and grunting a little as I do. Making a parade float is almost an annual occurrence for the residents of Good Grief, Idaho. I'm sure I'm not the only one lying on an old flatbed wagon, grunting, wrestling with wrenches, and covered in sawdust in our town today. Our annual Chainsaw Festival, where the residents of Good Grief and thousands of other people celebrate everything there is to celebrate about a chainsaw, and there's more than you think, starts tomorrow. This particular float, for the parade at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, is for Cherry Tree, the senior living center in town, and it doesn't have anything to do with chainsaws. I think that should do it, I say, letting the wrench rest on my stomach and turning my head to my sister Lee and her husband Doug. Lee is studying it with her pointer finger tapping her chin, a thoughtful look on her face. Doug looks more horrified than anything. I bite back a smile. Ever since they've gotten together, they've been about the cutest couple ever, even more so now that they're married. I have a feeling they're about to have one of their discussions, the kind of discussion where Lee is saying one thing and Doug is saying another, and neither one of them understands what the other is saying. It happens all the time, and I really enjoy watching it.
It looks like a gallows,
Doug says, tilting his head to the side like looking at it from a different angle will completely change his perspective and make it look the way he wants it to look instead of the way it does. That's morbid, Lee says, putting one brow down and one brow up and giving her husband a look that says he has no clue what he's talking about.
I agree. It looks like a gallows, and that's morbid. I definitely don't think I should be trying to bungee jump off the top.
This is kind of where things get interesting, because I think I hear my sister mumble something about honey and ropes, and Doug's features, which had been pinched up tight, relax into what could loosely be termed a grin, and he gives his wife a look of interest, which she returns. I sit up, taking the wrench off my stomach and setting it on the flatbed floor, as Doug mumbles something that sounds very much like,
"Do you really mean that?"
And I'm thinking that I'm probably not supposed to be hearing that. My sister nods, and her grin widens. They seem to reach some kind of understanding before Doug looks back at what he's termed a gallows and says,
"I think it might be dangerous, but I'll do it."
"You know what?" Lee says with a hand on her hip. "Why don't I just do it? I think it would be fun."
No, there is no way I'm going to let you ride in the parade pretending to bungee jump off the top of that thing. You'll die.
That's being dramatic, don't you think? I'll be fine. And since you don't want to, and I do, it just makes sense that I should.
I want to,
Doug says, sounding like the way he probably would if someone just asked him if he wanted to be buried alive. It's not quite finished yet, I say, enjoying their conversation, but also knowing that I need to go and finish the last lesson on the photography course I've been studying, as well as help my friend Denise ice the chainsaw cake we baked yesterday. Miss Agnes said she was going to send someone for a drill, and we need to finish putting those bolts in at the top. That will make it sturdier.
I don't think it will be sturdy enough,
Doug says, still looking at my miniature bungee jumping tower like he'd rather use the wood as fire starter than as a parade float.
I could probably put a couple more braces on the bottom.
A deep, familiar voice says from behind me, Hoover. Hoover and I have a little history together, and maybe it's because of this that I don't turn around and greet him.
I have the drill that Miss Agnes said you guys wanted.
He continues,
What do you want me to do with it?
I'll take it, I say, lifting my chin as I turn, holding my hand out for the drill. There's something about Hoover that gets my back up every time I see him. Maybe it's because he's so quiet and serious, and he seems to think everything's a national emergency, while I would much rather have fun with my life. Or it could be the possum pot pie he tried to make me eat. Either way, he's not my favorite person, but I know he hates me. Still, we've been able to set aside our animosity and work together in the past, which is where our history lies. He doesn't place the drill in my stretched out hand. Rather, he says,
What needs to be done? I can do it.
The man acts like he was raised with wolves in the back mountains of Idaho. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration, but he does have that cavemanish attitude that says he's a man, so he can do it, and I'm a woman, so I can't. Maybe it's just my imagination. Maybe I'm looking for something to be offended over. Like I said, the man gets my back up for some reason. I will my mouth to tell him that I can do it just as good as he. After all, there isn't anything a man can do that I can't do better. But Lee either realizes that I'm about to confront this dude and knows she needs to intervene, or she doesn't realize that I'm about to get offended and just wants to get her float done. Probably the second. We need to put 2 large bolts at the top of both of these posts to hold the crossmember firm.
And if you want to put some braces on the bottom, that might be a good idea too.
Doug adds with what I consider to be a hopeful tone of voice. I don't laugh, though, because Doug is very much a play-by-the-rules kind of guy, while Lee is a little bit more of a free spirit. Not as much as me, since I seem to have inherited all my mother's genes. Although my mom has stayed with my dad for almost a half-century, and in almost 40 years, I've never had a relationship that lasted more than a few months.
Where are the bolts?
Hoover says as he hops up on the float, making it look easy. Part of me resents that, and part of me wants to stand and admire him. He meets my eyes as he straightens, and although his face is serious, there's a spark of something in his gaze as he nods at me. I nod back. I don't want to be rude. I take a step and walk over to where I laid my tools along with the bolts that he needs, scooping them up and turning back around. He's already grabbed the ladder that's leaning against the top rail and moved it over to the one side. I want to say I don't notice the smooth way he moves, or his confidence, or his willingness to jump in and help, but that wouldn't be true. I notice. I like it, even though I don't want to. He has all the traits I admire, and I honestly try not to. I'm not even sure why. He climbs up the ladder and uses the drill to make a hole for the bolt I'm holding. I admit I wouldn't want to bungee jump off of this, but I don't think that's the idea. I think it's just supposed to represent bungee jumping. I heard Miss Agnes say something about having Doug hang by his feet with the rope and dangle on the float route upside down, but Lee can be pretty persuasive. And Doug would do anything for her. Maybe my relationships would have lasted longer if I hadn't felt like I was the only one who would do anything for my partner. My mom's a liberated woman, liberated in the sense that she's smart and successful and creative, and passionate about the things that she does, and even more passionate about her family and her husband. She would do anything for my dad, and I've always admired that about my mom. The thing is, Dad would do anything for her, That makes their relationship as close to perfect as one can get, I think. I sigh. It would be hard to stay in any relationship where only one person was doing all the giving. I stifle my grunt. Maybe I'm just making excuses for myself and the fact that I've never had a successful relationship.
Hand me your wrench.
Hoover demands, and he doesn't even tack a please on. I'm not getting upset about something so childish, though, and I obediently pick up the wrench from where I set it down and walk back to him, holding it out. He takes it, and our fingers brush. It doesn't surprise me to feel those sparks travel up my arm. We worked together for a week at his brother's lodge, up on Roscoe Mountain this past March. The kitchen was large, but as we cooked for the guests, our hands brushed more than once. I've never met anyone who seemed to ignite sparks in my fingers like Hoover does. Of course, I've never really had anyone who gets my back up as quick as he does either. All I have to do is look at him, and I have this weird reaction, almost like the hair on the back of my neck is standing out. Makes me defensive. The bolt is big enough that Hoover doesn't bother with the drill. He uses the wrench, and I wish I were strong enough not to watch as the sleeves of his t-shirt bulge with his biceps with each twist of the wrench. He comes down, and we do the other side the same way. Him working, me handing him tools, and pretending I'm not looking at his muscles. He's on his way down from the ladder when Miss Agnes arrives. She must be 80 if she's a day, and she is the ringleader of all the shenanigans that have ever happened at Cherry Tree. And from what I've heard and what I've seen, there have been a lot of shenanigans. Still, she's a sweet old lady, and she hobbles to the edge of the float.
"That looks exactly like I hoped it would,"
she says, looking the frame over with an approving eye.
"Are you up to the challenge, Mr. Doug?"
She asks my brother-in-law as he stands with his arm around Lee. I think Miss Agnes might have interrupted them whispering in each other's ears. Doug's face is red. I don't want to know why.
I guess I have to be.
Doug says, sounding as eager to swing from the frame on the float as he is to spend 6 years on the International Space Station. How about we do it together? Lee says, turning a sweet smile on her husband. One I'm sure he won't be able to resist.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
It won't. Lee assures him with complete and total confidence. That's probably true, too. Normally the people who are scared are the ones who get hurt, right? You just have to walk through life with no fear. I also believe you have to enjoy it. That's where Hoover and I butt heads. I've never actually talked to him about his life philosophy, but it seems to be as sour and grumpy and as untalkative as you can possibly be, along with make everyone around you as uncomfortable as you possibly can. It's no wonder we don't get along.
Chapter 2. Hoover. I climb down the ladder, grateful to have the drill in my hand, which gives me something to do when I reach the bottom, even if I am just holding it in front of me, almost like a gun. Kori doesn't make me nervous, exactly, but I do feel a little on edge around her. Not because I don't like her. Probably the opposite is true. But because I feel I need to stay on my toes around her. She's not afraid to challenge me, and she's even less afraid to beat me. In fact, I think she likes beating me. I don't like losing. I don't know any man who does.
"You did a good job, Hoover,"
Miss Agnes says, and honestly, I don't miss that old lady batting her eyes at me. I don't think she's flirting exactly, but I think she's trying to butter me up. That has to be wrong. What for? I just put the last 2 bolts in. I don't know who built the rest of it. Maybe Kori? I want to look at her and see if she nods or not, but looking at her is almost as dangerous as working with her. I like to do it far too much for my own good. It's not good looking at something you can't have and wishing it were yours.
I did most of it.
Kori shifts and looks past me toward where her sister and her husband are standing.
Doug helped, but I think that was mostly because he wanted to make sure that it was going to be sturdy if he was going to have to swing from it.
I offered to put braces up, so that still needs to be done. That will help with the sturdiness. I say, I wasn't really raised in safety, but I do believe in being cautious and careful. Which baffles me, since I seem to be attracted to this woman who jumps first and asks questions later. I don't want to call what I feel for Kori attraction.
We've decided we're doing it together,
Lee says as I turn to pick up the measuring tape from the pile that Kori has along the edge of the wagon. There are a bunch of things that I do better than carpentry work, but I can do this okay. My parents pretty much raised my brothers and me in the woods, and if you're going to survive the way I was raised, you really have to be able to do pretty much everything. I measure the length that I need, and when I snap the tape shut, Kori is standing there with the saw. She's already changed the battery from the drill, and I murmur thank you before I press the safety and pull the lever. She's the kind of person I like to work with, the kind of person who has the tools in her hand and ready to give you before you hold your hand out. We work in silence for a bit while Miss Agnes stands and watches. Doug and Lee are still there too, but they're whispering to each other, and other than Doug not wanting to pretend to be a bungee jumper on the float tomorrow, I think they're having a pretty good time. It's been months since I've seen Kori. I haven't been around good grief much. My brothers and I bought a lodge up on the mountain, and I've been working pretty hard on that and leading wilderness expeditions for the company we co-own. But the Chainsaw Festival is pretty popular. Over the years, it's become popular in surrounding areas, and even people from out of state come to Good Grief to have a fun day now. I think it's the only festival of its kind in the nation, which is a big draw. Kori is handing me screws, so I screw the 4 boards I cut as support onto the left side of the overhang. These screws are small enough that I don't need to drill a hole first. They go right in, smooth as butter. I really like rechargeable tools. They're definitely a step up from what I used growing up, which was mostly a hammer and nails. This doesn't have a chainsaw theme, I say, looking at Miss Agnes, because from what I understand, this is the Cherry Tree Senior Living Center float, and everyone, even me, knows that Miss Agnes is the life of Cherry Tree.
That's because I want everyone to know that we're a fun senior living center,
Miss Agnes says, emphasizing the word fun.
and
Lee adds from behind me,
she will cross actual bungee jumping off of her bucket list if Doug and I do this in the parade.
Well, don't be hasty.
Miss Agnes gets a crafty look in her eye, which makes me uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong, I really like the lady, but I think she manipulates people more than they realize. She uses that little old lady act as cover for all the nefarious schemes she hatches up. I don't talk as much as my brothers do, and maybe that means I have a tendency to overthink things. I know I do. Not a good tendency for a man to have. I push that thought aside and just picture Miss Agnes as an innocent and sweet grandmotherly type.
You and Doug might not count after all,
Miss Agnes says. I don't like her look, but then I like it even less when her eyes drift to Kori, and they get a look in them that makes me more than uncomfortable. It's a good thing I'm not using a hammer. I'm pretty sure I would have hit my thumb by now. As it is, My drill slips off the screw and gouges the wood as the screw flies away. Kori doesn't say anything but hands me another one before she bends over and picks up the one that just landed on the ground. I'm crouched on the flatbed trailer, and I see her head disappear out of the corner of my eye. Miss Agnes is watching her. I kind of feel like Miss Agnes might want to rub her hands together, but she doesn't.
Now, if Hoover were to do it, or Kori, or maybe both of them.
Miss Agnes has that sweet old lady look down to a science, but I hear the deviousness in her tone. She shifts her gaze back to Doug and Lee. I think Doug might have some of the same suspicions I do, but Lee is looking at Miss Agnes like she's chocolate cheesecake.
Yeah, I think you two have been through enough. You've already helped me cross off so many things off my bucket list. I just couldn't let you do another one. It feels like cheating.
Oh boy, I want to snort. I cough to cover it, but I'm not sure I'm fooling Miss Agnes. Kori looks at me with some concern, though. Maybe I should cough again. I like that look.
I'll do it, Miss Agnes,
Kori says immediately. She's the kind of person who jumps into things without thinking about them. I'm the kind of person who overthinks things, like I already mentioned. Still, I admire Kori's courage and her spontaneity. But I stand with Doug. This is definitely not safe, and I don't want her doing it. I don't question that, but I open my mouth and say, "No, I'll do it." I have the feeling that I'm falling right into Miss Agnes's clutches. Gentle old lady Miss Agnes's clutches. I think she wants to cackle. Kori says,
I spoke up first. I'll do it.
She hands me another screw. I take it, looking up, which I haven't been, and meeting her eyes. I don't want you to do it. I will.
You not wanting me to do it has nothing to do with whether or not I will.
She doesn't let go of the screw, and our eyes clash, fighting without words. I think I might have mentioned that my upbringing was rather unconventional, so I never know whether what I'm thinking and feeling is what everybody else thinks and feels or if it's just unique to me. But the fighting that her eyes are doing is not the kind of fighting I normally try to avoid. I don't like to fuss with people. If there's a way to get along, I try to find it. But this doesn't feel like fighting exactly, even though we disagree. But our eyes are most definitely not getting along. It feels exciting. There's a tightening in my chest, one that almost feels like nervousness, but could be anticipation. I want to straighten and close the distance between us and touch her. Like I said, it's dangerous for me to look at her. I look away, back down to the drill, and tug gently on the screw she's still holding. It takes 3 tugs before she lets go. This time, Miss Agnes saves me, and I think I should remember to thank her later.
I'll cross 2 more things off my bucket list if both of you do it.
Her tone is definitely wily, and I have the feeling that she thinks she has the upper hand. I think she probably does, because both Doug and Lee jump on that immediately.
We could cross off the space shuttle,
Lee says breathlessly. And the winter in Antarctica, Doug says. Space shuttle? I don't think I want to know about that one. Like if she plans to be a stowaway on the shuttle or she actually plans to be an astronaut. I definitely do not want to know.
I think the shuttle.
Miss Agnes says.
No, not the shuttle. I really want to do that.
One of the residents says as she walks over. I believe this is Miss Gertrude, although I'm not entirely sure. I spent a week with these ladies, but it was a week of cooking food and fixing things, and I didn't spend a lot of time socializing. Not that I'm a big socializer. That's probably another area where Kori and I differ, because she talks to everyone.
Well,
Miss Agnes says, but Doug interrupts her. No, the shuttle or no deal. His voice is firm, although his eyes are kind of pleading with first Kori, then me. I glance at Kori, and I can't help it. I know my eyes are twinkling a little, because this is just too funny. Miss Agnes taps her chin, and her kindly blue eyes land on Miss Gertrude.
is there something else you'd rather I give up? No, go ahead. I might not be hanging around here much longer anyway,
She says, and I notice the earbuds in her ears.
Oh?
Lee sounds concerned.
What's happening?
I sent J. McDreamy a message on Twitter, and I've asked him to marry me. If he says yes, we're going to elope.
My brows go way up, and I feel like maybe I should physically shove them back down on my forehead. Instead, I duck my head, adjusting the screw on the wood and focus on getting this neck support screwed in fast.
He's not going to marry you. You saw that group of girls that were surrounding him when he was getting on his helicopter in March. You haven't seen him since. But I sent him a picture, one with my teeth in, of course.
Miss Gertrude says, and I see we found something to agree on. J. McDreamy, I think he's the voice actor every woman in good grief is gaga over, is much more likely to want to marry Miss Gertrude if she has her teeth in her mouth.
I've been reading about these rock stars and how these girls follow them around. Groupies.
Miss Gertrude says, with a special emphasis on that word, like she really likes it.
I think I could do that with him.
This is getting scary to me. I'm very thankful I'm not a voice actor.
Well, I sure hope you talk to me before you go do anything crazy.
Agnes says.
At your age, crazy isn't becoming.
Doug snorts, and he doesn't even try to cover it with a cough. But I do notice that Lee elbows him, pretty hard actually, right in the ribs too.
Why, I'm younger than you.
Miss Gertrude says, sounding extremely offended.
I didn't say you weren't. I just said at our age, running around being a groupie isn't becoming.
Miss Agnes raises her eyes, and I suddenly become very interested in what I am doing. I don't want her asking me to confirm or deny her words. That seems like dangerous territory. I do value my life.
What do you say, Hoover?
Miss Agnes says.
Can you and Kori ride this float tomorrow? Can you represent Cherry Tree?
I don't have to look in Doug's direction to know he's smirking. I also don't have to look in Kori's direction to know that her eyes would be fighting with mine again. It's tempting to look at her. I'm in, I say, and I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 3. Kori.
And that's how I ended up having to ride on the float with him tomorrow. I say, carefully rubbing my icing knife over the chainsaw cake. I don't know how many of you have ever tried to make a chainsaw cake, but if you haven't, don't. It's massively hard. You know, I don't know what you're complaining about. Hoover's not a bad guy. Denise, my best friend since we were in kindergarten, says as she stands on the other side of the cake, being just as careful as I am. Her profession is cake decorating, so I guess she's probably used to this kind of stuff, but my only experience is what I've done helping her, and we had to try this 3 separate times in order to get it to work. I guess you're right, I say, but my voice lacks conviction. Denise is too good a friend not to notice. But, she says with her brows raised and her knife poised in the air. I pretend to study the cake and then dip into my icing and add a little more. It actually is quite a masterpiece. 3 feet long and at least 18 inches high. The thing that gave us trouble was the bar. We needed to have something to support it without drawing a lot of attention to it. I wasn't much help, but Denise finally figured it out. She'd said making a chainsaw was a lot different than making a wedding cake. Still, this festival is pretty big for good grief, and everyone goes all out for it. We might as well, too. No one is paying us. She volunteered to donate the cake, and I volunteered to help her, because I guess that's what friends do, even friends who have no artistic talent. But I don't know. He makes me nervous, I guess, or irritated, or both. I'm not sure. So you're attracted to him? No. I'm not married, but I've had plenty of relationships over my life. Short ones. Still, I know what attraction is, and that's not this. It's not attraction, but even if it were, he's all wrong for me. Let's see, Denise says, in a teasing tone of voice as she continues to swipe her knife over the cake. She's going to put some more details in a bit, but we need to get the bottom layer spread out. When she starts to do detail work, I won't be any help at all. I can't even draw a stick figure. He's not drop-dead gorgeous, but he doesn't hurt your eyes. He's taller than you are. That's important. I interrupt her, smirking. I suppose it's a woman thing to want the guy that you're with to be bigger than you are. But I guess if I found someone that I love like my mom loves my dad, I wouldn't care what he looked like or how big he was or how tall he was. Not if he treated me like Dad treats Mom. Denise pauses and gives me the hairy eyeball over the chainsaw-shaped confection. Are you gonna quit interrupting me? You're going down a dead-end street. Really? I'm just trying to tell you it's not a dead-end street. She looks back at the cake, and her hand starts moving again. You want a man that's just like your dad, right? She has me there, and I say, right. We've talked about that a million times, that men like my dad are few and far between. I mean, he's perfect. Even beyond how he adores my mom and everyone in the world knows it, and how he puts her first all the time. She knows she's more important than his job or anything else he does. He's just not interested in any other woman, and everyone in the world knows it. I love that kind of devotion. I guess women like my mom inspire me. As for me, I'm too flighty. How can I expect a man to stick with me and be completely devoted to the point where he doesn't even notice any other women when I can't even stick with the same job for more than a few months before I get bored out of my mind? Hoover isn't like my dad, I say, sure that I'm right, although I don't have any facts to back me up. I should have known Denise would. She and I are opposites, which is probably why we've been best friends for so long. We got used to each other's faults, and we balance each other out. I'm the flighty one. She's almost perfect. Other than getting pregnant at 16, she's never stepped out of bounds in her life. Think about what you just said, and then about Hoover. Your dad isn't gorgeous, but he's good enough to look at. He's also not the tallest person you've ever met, but he's taller than your mom. And we've already established that's important. I say again, just because I'm trying to derail her. I don't want Hoover, and I don't care about physical attributes anyway. He's quiet. I sulk, because she's right. My dad isn't super talkative either. He works hard. I think about that one for a minute. He did take the drill and finish up the float for me. He knew what he was doing, and he didn't stop until he was finished. But how do you know that? Because I hear things. maybe if you're in town long enough, you'd hear things too, she says, and now it's her turn to smirk at me. I've got a good mind to lick my knife, I say, threatening. She knows I'm joking, but her eyes open wide for just a fraction of a second, horrified at the very suggestion. I don't think there's anything worse I could do than lick my knife and touch the cake. This represents hours of work, and we're almost finished. You've been working on it too, she points out. I know, but what can I say? I'm impulsive. I think we both know I would never, but I do use my reputation against me when it suits. Honestly, Kori, Denise says, and she's back on her Hoover subject again. Everyone says he and his brothers are doing a great thing up on the mountain with their lodge. And he's helped Bain with his rafting trips and wilderness expeditions. In fact, the last I heard, all the brothers were in business together, and they're looking to hire people because they're so busy they can't handle everything. Kimber featured them on her vlog, which is really popular. But that was last year and again in March. People wouldn't be continuing to book if they were terrible. You're right. He's unconventional, she says. You're telling me, I agree. Your dad is too. That's the thing about talking with your best friend. They know all there is to know about you, and they know when and what things to throw up. Dad is unconventional. Over the years, we've had monkeys as pets, snakes, and more wild animals than I can name. We definitely were looked at as the unconventional family in good grief, and that's really saying something. I think Dad's different in a different way. Different is different, she says with confidence, lifting her knife and stepping back, her brown eyes squinting as she gives the cake a considering look. I think that's good. I'm going to work with black for a bit. I nod, even though she can't see me. She knows I'll start cleaning the spreading knives and mixing up the gray that she wanted to use after the black. I'm no help with the artistic side of things, but I do good grunt work. And you know how your dad totally idolizes your mom? I nod. I love that. I'm envious of that. There have been very few marriages where I've seen couples who adore each other the way my parents do. So many times people, and men in particular, want everyone to love them. They crave that attention and affection and approval from everyone they meet. My dad is totally secure in himself, and he doesn't give a flip what the rest of the world thinks about him. The only person whose opinion he cares about is Mom. I think Hoover would be like that, if he ever gets a girl. Then why don't you go after him? She has piqued my interest with that last statement, that Hoover is a one-woman man, and a one-woman man like my dad is a one-woman man, not like a one-woman man where he's been married to the same woman for 50 years, but he barely sees her and hardly notices her and they're still married because she's done all the work. Not like that. Lots of couples are still together like that. Denise sighs. I suppose I shouldn't have asked. I know who the father of her daughter is, although it's not common knowledge, and I might be one of only 3 people on the face of the earth who know. What I don't know, because Denise is kind of squirrely about it when I try to talk to her, and we haven't had a conversation about it for years, is if she's still in love with him. Or, at least, never gave up hope that he'll eventually want her. It's something we totally disagree on, but I can disagree with people and still be friends with them. Goodness knows she puts up with enough baloney from me. I'm not ready, she says, putting one more scoop of black icing in a bag before she squeezes up, getting all the air out. She's joking. Kind of. This is the way she gets when I try to talk to her about her love life. Maybe I'm not ready either, I say, But I say it gently because I acknowledge that she's been through things that I haven't. Teenage pregnancy is not easy. She didn't have the best home life either. But she did a great job of raising her daughter, who's graduated from high school and is in college now. I don't know any better time than now. I say, with Polly out of the house, surely it must be lonely. She's not out of the house. She's just at college. She comes home on breaks and most weekends. Maybe when she graduates from college. Denise lifts her shoulder, but she doesn't look at me, studying the cake with the icing bag and the flat tip hovering over it. She begins to put the chain markings on without saying anything more to me. It just makes sense to me. If you think so highly of Hoover, then maybe you should go after him. He's perfect for you, Kori. Stop trying to deny it. He's everything I'm not, I say, frustration leaking into my tone. That's what I've been trying to tell her. We're not compatible. And okay, she might be a little bit right about the attraction thing, although I would argue about that too, but it doesn't matter. You can't go hooking up with every person you're attracted to. Even I know that. Well, you can, but I don't. Exactly. Denise says, still staring at the cake and working. Opposites attract, and they complement each other a lot of times. Hoover is what you want, and he's what you need as well. I kind of stop what I'm doing, 2 putty knives in one hand and an icing bowl in the other. Denise and I have spent a lot of years together, and we've had a lot of conversations, but she's never been this dogged with me before. I'm getting too old to be thinking about marriage anyway. I think I just ought to be resigned to spinsterhood, I finally say. That's my last defense. I'm almost 40, definitely too old for children, and I've kind of given up on romance too. I'll just focus on having fun and enjoying my life. That seems to have been my lot. I'm going to own it. You're fooling yourself, Kori. Just open your eyes and look at the man. Denise tilts her head, her hands freezing above the cake. Have I ever steered you wrong? She asks, and that's her last and best argument. I throw up my hands, icing knives and all. Okay, fine. You win. You're right. I'll open my eyes and look at the man.
Chapter 4 Hoover. Tomorrow's parade will start at the Cherry Tree Assisted Living Center. That's why I'm still here, even though it's late. Most of the residents have gone to bed, but not Miss Agnes and her cronies. Miss Gertrude still has her earbuds in, and Miss Harriet's orange hair is as bright as it ever was. For old ladies, they sure have a lot of energy. I'm tired, but I'm satisfied that we have the parking area arranged as well as we can for the parade. Orange cones are set up, and Doug, who's in charge of the parade, has given the rest of us instructions on what order they should be in and how to line up. It's going to be the largest parade Good Grief has ever had, which is good. I don't really have a hometown, since I grew up in the woods with my brothers and my parents, but Good Grief is as close as any. I like seeing it prosper. I like being able to help. I covered for my brother Taft at the lodge earlier in the year, which is how I got off now, and I specifically requested these dates so I could help out with the Chainsaw Festival, knowing what a big deal it is in Good Grief. Doug slaps me on the back. Thanks for your help, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad I could, I say. I'm glad it's gotten big enough that you actually need help. Wasn't that long ago that fire trucks and the high school band was pretty much it. I can't believe how it's grown. I think we owe Kimber for a lot of that, I say. Although it was growing before she put us on her vlog, too. People are just realizing there's a lot more to Idaho than potatoes. I didn't even know Idaho was famous for potatoes growing up. Not that there's anything wrong with potatoes. I like them, especially mashed, but people don't go visit a state just because it grows potatoes. Agree on both counts, Doug says. We talk a bit more as we walk to our cars, which were parked by the side door out of the way. As we reach the door, I see a figure move toward us, and Miss Agnes says,
Hoover, can I talk to you for a moment, please?
Sure, I say and nod goodnight to Doug as we part. I walk toward Miss Agnes. What can I do for you? You want me to be your partner in the three-legged race tomorrow, don't you? I joke, and the old lady smiles. Most of the time, I really like Miss Agnes, although sometimes I have my suspicions. This isn't one of those times. I'm relaxed and happy and looking forward to tomorrow, and not just because I'm riding on the parade float with Kori. I have to admit I am excited about that. I just know it's going to be a good day with lots of friends and the people I know. Even the tourists we get here are almost always friendly and wonderful. Festivals are fun, and I'm going to enjoy it.
That's not on my bucket list,
Miss Agnes says, like she can't do it if it's not. I nod like that makes perfect sense. The porch light puts her face in shadow, and while the moon and stars have been bright enough for Doug and me to finish up what we're doing, I can't really make out her features. That makes me uncomfortable. Maybe I should have suspicions about Miss Agnes. So what's up? I ask, striving for casual and ignoring the thread of apprehension that wants to sew my stomach closed.
I want to hire you,
she says. She doesn't say anything else, although I wait for a few beats to see if she's going to explain exactly what she's hiring me for. There are a few things I won't do. Okay, I say at last.
Was that a yes?
She asks, and I feel pushed. What do you want to hire me for? I ask instead of answering her question.
I want you to take Miss Gertrude and Miss Harriet and me on a wilderness tour, showing us the beautiful places in Idaho. I want to see as many of them as I can before I kick the bucket.
Well, I think about that for a moment. I'm really busy right now, booked up, but Bain has been talking about hiring some extra help, and Taft owes me a whole week, not just a couple of days. I'll have to talk to my brothers, but I might be able to help you out in August if you can wait that long. That should be enough to get the new guy going and to give Taft notice that he's covering for me. How long were you thinking, and where did you want to go?
I want a full week. 7 days.
Miss Agnes adds in case I don't know how long a week is, I guess. I was raised in the woods, sure, but my mom did school us. I let it go. I don't think that's what she was thinking anyway. She was just emphasizing how long she wanted me.
And I want to see some great sights.
Miss Agnes crosses her arms over her chest and looks at me like she's not sure if I'm up to the task or not. Do you have anything more specific than just great sights?
Isn't that your job? To know what the great sights are and be able to show them to me?
I can make it my job, I say. I can be flexible.
Then it's settled. When are you going to know for sure when you can schedule us?
I'll talk to my brothers and let you know tomorrow, okay? I think all my apprehension was for nothing. This seems like a pretty straightforward thing. I'll show her the sights. I know some really great ones, taking her and her friends around. We will have to travel some, but that doesn't seem to be an issue for her, so I'm not going to let it stop me. We chat a little more about my responsibilities and what she and her friends will need. I've never taken ladies of their age out, but I think I can work this out. I'm running it all over in my head when Miss Agnes says,
Aren't you going to ask what I'm willing to pay you? Or aren't you going to give us your fee?
nah, I don't have a problem charging complete strangers, but when I know someone, it's hard for me to ask them to pay me. Plus, I know Miss Agnes is old. I'm not sure what her budget is. How about you just pay for the gas and the food? I finally say, because she still has her arms crossed over her chest and she's tapping her foot, like she's waiting on me and I'm being slow.
I'm not taking charity.
Not charity. I say a little defensive.
Sounds like it to me.
I thought we were friends. Aren't I allowed to do a favor for my friends? Because I do it all the time. Which is true.
You have to make a living. How can you expect to meet a girl and settle down and have a family if you're not getting paid for the things you do? You need to think, Hoover.
She unfolds her arms and taps her head like I don't know where my brain is. Sometimes that is a true problem, but not today. Spending a little time with you and Miss Gertrude and Miss Harriet is not going to bankrupt me. I say with a little grin, I'll be happy to do it. Just let me confirm with my brothers. Miss Agnes shifts, and I go from feeling benevolent to 100% panic with that shift. Because she doesn't look like a little old lady right now. She reminds me of the wolf in the story of Little Red Riding Hood rather than the grandmother. What have I gotten myself into? Chapter 5. Kori.
The parade is first thing in the morning, so I get up and drive through town and arrive early at Cherry Tree. There are a lot of people milling around, even though the parade doesn't start for at least an hour. I actually forgot my watch and left my phone in my car, so I don't really know what time it is. I'm always forgetting stuff like that. I feel like it doesn't matter anyway. Who cares about the time? At different times in my life, I've had jobs where I've had to watch the clock, but thankfully, I've also had fun jobs, like the summer I spent training dolphins at the big amusement park in Chicago. That was a lot of fun. It looks like the floats are organized, although not all of them are here. I see the one that Hoover and I are going to be on, and I'm impressed. Lee and our sisters, and probably the ladies from Cherry Tree as well, have turned it into a thing of beauty. Well, maybe not beauty, but they somehow wrapped parachute material around and decorated the bungee cords that are hanging down. They've also set up a display that represents Cherry Tree really well. Rocking chairs and what looks like a small table and a pitcher of tea. I suppose having Hoover and me hanging upside down will be quite an eye-catcher, which will help the people really look at everything else they have on it. I'm proud of my sister, and while I'm not super excited to be riding with Hoover, I admit maybe I'm looking forward to that too. As I weave through the crowd, going toward the float, I see Denise, who waves at me and pushes through. "Hey, you ready for your big day?" she asks, sounding breathless. "I sure am," I say, intending to say more, but a family catches my eye. There are a lot of families around, but this one stands out because they're so different. The mom is gorgeous, with perfect bow lips and dark, sparkling eyes, and she's smiling and looks like she's having the time of her life as she talks with her children and her husband. Her husband, a big dude who would make a pretty good bouncer, looks absolutely adorable as he has a girl on each hip. They look like twins, maybe 2 years old. The mom is pushing a stroller, one of those special-made 3-seater ones, and it looks like they might have triplets that are slightly younger than the girls the husband is carrying. They also have what looks like a 4 or 5-year-old walking beside the mom and holding onto her hand on the stroller handle. The husband says something and the mom laughs, and the family just looks so happy. I have to turn to Denise and say, Do you know who they are? They're definitely out-of-towners because I don't recognize them, and good grief isn't that big. Oh, didn't you hear? That is the lady who works with Jay Dice. She lowers her voice on his name and infuses excitement. Jay Dice is a household name in our town. Miss Gertrude has seen to that. Last I heard, Miss Gertrude was talking about leaving Cherry Tree and becoming Jay's groupie. Miss Gertrude's Jay Dice? I ask, like there's another one. Denise nods. Her name is Chastity. I talked to her a little bit at the fire hall last night. She and her husband, I think she said his name was Jason, brought their children in to the festival. I think they're especially interested in seeing the chainsaw displays. I nod. It might not sound like much, but good grief really goes all out on their chainsaw displays. Even small children love them. One man has so many chainsaws, he actually builds a small fort with them. He always takes the chains off the bars first, of course. The kids love it. They look like such a happy family, I say, watching as the dad expertly juggles the toddlers on his sides while talking over their heads and looking at his wife with such love and adoration that I just want to stare at them. Oh, Chastity is just amazing. She's the sweetest woman, and she said she actually gets to work with Jay Dice. I think she handles his bookings and his promos. I don't know how she does it all with 6 kids. Chastity looks like such a fun mom. You know how there are families that walk around and everybody looks miserable? Then there are families like this, where the mom looks like she's having so much fun that the whole family can't help but be happy. If I thought I could be like that, I would regret not having children, I say. Yeah, she makes me wish that I could have been more cheerful when my daughter was little. Those kids are going to have some awesome memories. I agree and tear my eyes away as we pass the family. Everyone should have such wonderful parents who obviously care about their children and about making sure they have a safe and secure childhood. We walk on and come to the float. Do you think you're going to be okay being upside down through the whole parade route? Denise asks me, and I gotta say, having a best friend is fabulous. I'm glad that she's concerned about me. A little voice in my head says that Hoover was concerned too. I ignore that voice because it's inconvenient. At the same time I'm ignoring the voice, though, I'm looking around for him. I can't deny there's a part of me that's excited to see him. I don't know, I say. I worried about that a little too, but I do think it will make it a very dramatic float if we can pull it off. Maybe you take turns? Each of you takes a little break? I suppose, I say, not really paying attention because my eyes are scanning the milling people. I think I see Hoover, but it turns out to be his brother Taft. They have similar builds, but Taft is a little stockier. He's also more of a jokester from what I understand, although Hoover and his brothers haven't spent much time in good grief. To be fair, neither have I since I graduated from high school. I've already been here a year and a half, and that's far longer than I usually stay before I take off and go somewhere else. Once I get this photography assignment wrapped up, I think I'll be off again. Normally, I would already be looking for a job online, something fun and interesting, something challenging. But for some reason, I haven't been.
Are you looking for me?
A deep voice says from behind me. I don't have to turn to know it's Hoover. I look over my shoulder, crossing my arms over my chest, totally bluffing when I say, "No, why would I be doing that?"
Because you like me? Everyone knows it. And you haven't seen me for a whole 12 hours, so you're starved for the sight of me.
Everyone knows it? I say, wanting to give him a hard time, but unable to deny that a little shot of panic has rushed through me at the thought that other people might have noticed that my eyes are constantly drawn to him. Of course, they can't know that I think about him all the time. Not all the time, just most of it.
Sure. Your mother was just talking to me about it the other day.
My jaw drops, but then I narrow my eyes. You are full of it. The twinkle I thought I saw in his eyes becomes a full-blown grin. That's what I thought, totally yanking my chain.
So, we've got 45 minutes before the parade starts. You want to grab a cup of coffee?
He asks, and if I didn't know better, I'd say he was almost nervous about asking. But it's Hoover, and he's pretty taciturn, so I doubt it's nervousness that I'm seeing in him. Although he was joking earlier, which I wasn't expecting either. I'm sorry, Denise and I were just saying that we were going to get ourselves some water. Since I'm going to be hanging upside down for the whole parade route, I don't want to have anything heavy in my stomach. I totally made that up, but I know my best friend will back me up, and I turn to slip my arm into hers and walk away from him, knowing that it will be a grand, dramatic exit. Except when I turn, Denise is not where she was standing 15 seconds ago. I hear Hoover snort behind me and my cheeks heat.
Looks like your friend totally forgot about your water date.
Hoover says, and there is a little tease in his voice. It's laced with laughter, too. I don't think he's laughing at me, necessarily, but it feels like it. As I swing back around, I see Denise has stopped to talk with the lady that has all the kids, Chastity, and her husband, Jason, who now has not just the 2 kids on each hip, but one sitting on his shoulders as well. He's a tall-looking dude, like a security guard or something, but he looks absolutely adorable with all those little long-haired girls playing on him. I see Chastity smiling and laughing with Denise, and a little pinch of something I don't think I've ever felt before threads through my ribs and tightens my chest. What would it be like to have a family like that? I loved growing up with my sisters. The house was full of laughter and noise, and it was busy all the time, especially as we became teenagers. I think sometimes my dad got overwhelmed, but my mom was in her element, and Dad loves Mom, so he was happy. Is it too late for me? You can't just snap your fingers and find a guy who's going to be a great husband and father, committed and caring, and not someone who will walk out. I guess she had something important she needed to talk to Chastity about. I finally say, but my voice lacks conviction.
That's okay, because Denise and I were just talking about how I could take you for a water break instead of her.
Hoover says, causing me to snap my gaze back to him. Really? I say, and even as the question is coming out of my mouth, I know it's not true. He's just making fun of me and letting me know that what I said that I had been talking to Denise about wasn't any more true than what he just did. I shake my head, a little smile on my lips. No point getting grumpy and upset. You got me. I'm sorry. I don't want coffee, but if you still want to go with me, I'll get some water. I feel like I'm compromising, although whether I'm compromising with myself or with him, I'm not sure.
Water doesn't sound as good as coffee to me, and I'm not too worried about losing it, but I think a walk would be nice. The company better.
I blink at that last bit. I wasn't expecting it, and I'm not sure exactly what he means by it. Is he flirting? I can't read anything on his face as we turn together and walk toward a tent where they're handing out refreshments for the people who are in the parade and for those who are gathered to watch. Most of the spectators will be standing in the town of Good Grief along Main Street, of course, but some, like Chastity and her husband, have gathered here.
So, did you grow up in this town?
Hoover asks, just making conversation as we walk over. I'm not sure I want to do the small talk thing with him. I like walking beside him too much, and with the attraction I was already feeling, I definitely should not be spending more time with him. Even though just a few minutes ago I was longing for a home and family, that's not really what I want. I did. It's a great town to raise your kids in. Everyone knows everyone else, and it's safe. You know, the values that you're trying to teach your children are going to be reinforced in the town and in the school. I laugh at myself as the words are coming out of my mouth. I guess I have changed since I was younger. All I could think about when I was in high school was getting out of town. Not necessarily because I hated it, just because it felt small and I felt stifled. Maybe my newfound maturity has something to do with the fact that I'm not online looking for interesting jobs to run to as soon as I'm done taking pictures for the ladies of Cherry Tree. I don't know, and I guess I don't want to get philosophical today. You? Did you grow up in a small town around here? I ask, and it sounds like I'm making small talk, but that's the problem. I really am curious. I'd actually like to know a lot more about Hoover. He feels mysterious to me, with or without the attraction. Maybe at one time I would have flirted with him anyway, just to have fun, but I know that never goes anywhere, and I don't want to put the effort into another nowhere relationship.
Not really,
he says, and he doesn't elaborate as he's walking beside me. Well, he didn't let me off the hook for anything yet this morning, so if he thinks I'm going to give him a pass on that one, he can think again. Not really. So you were raised with wolves? I say, pursing my lips and giving him a look that says I'm calling his bluff.
Yeah, kinda,
he says, studiously casual, like he knows the kind of reaction he's going to get from anybody that he says that to. But I've been fooled by him several times already this morning, or almost, and I don't bite on that line. So you're a city boy, I say, knowing he's probably not, but I'm not judging. I understand different people choose different lifestyles, and that's fine. I spent time in the city, and I will always choose not to. I definitely don't want to settle there, but I kind of understand the draw for people who do. Kind of.
No, I was being serious, actually. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I really wasn't raised in town at all. We grew up in the woods.
So you, lived in a tree? I say, still not willing to fall for another one of his goofy statements.
No, we had a cabin and a few acres, but we roamed the woods, pretty much living there.
We're almost to the tent, but I stop and turn toward him. He takes another step before he stops and looks back at me. You're kidding, right? I say. I know people who live off the grid. That's really not an unusual thing around here. I totally get that way of life, too. More than I understand someone who wants to live in the city. Again, not judging, just saying. But I guess I've never really met someone who grew up that way. I just know people who are raising their kids that way. So, how remote? I say, although I guess it doesn't really matter.
Enough,
he says, and I lower my brows. I really shouldn't have to play 20 questions to get this out of him. He started it, asking me where I grew up. He shouldn't ask me if he's not willing to reciprocate, right? I don't mean to be confrontational. I guess I'm just extremely curious and frustrated that he seems to be cagey about his answers. He sighs, like he's giving in, and also like he knows that everything that he says is going to be unbelievable and shocking to me. If he thinks that while talking to someone who's grown up in Good Grief, which is an extremely small town, then it must be pretty bad.
We didn't have electricity. All my brothers and I were homeschooled, and that was usually just in the winter and the evenings when we were done trying to do whatever it took to survive.
Do whatever it took to survive? Didn't your parents work?
My dad did, on and off, whenever we absolutely had to have money to pay our taxes or to buy something, like shoes. but we got most of our stuff from secondhand stores, so it really didn't take too much.
I stand there thinking about this and realize his upbringing is different than anyone I've ever met.
I know, it wasn't normal. It actually was a great way to grow up, but going out into society has been a struggle.
I kind of feel like he doesn't want to say what he just has. I suppose, for anyone, it shows weakness if you admit that you're not good at something. In my experience, men typically don't want to admit weakness at all. I imagine that would have been tough, but it sounds to me like you and your brothers have done okay. Don't you guys own that lodge up on the mountain? The one we cooked at together earlier this year? I enjoyed working with him, even if we didn't talk much. Despite the possum pot pie.
We do. I guess we feel managing that is something we can do that gets us back to our roots while still being able to make a living.
I nod, realizing exactly how perfect his job is for him. Also, the way he is kind of makes a little more sense to me. What doesn't make sense is that far from being shocked and appalled at what is an unconventional upbringing, to say the least, I'm actually intrigued. I'm not sure which of us is the least normal.
Chapter 6. Hoover. I'm kind of surprised that Kori has taken my background so well. Even growing up in a small town, the way I was raised doesn't make sense. Well, it makes sense to me. I understand my parents and their reasons. Just to be honest, I could see me raising my kids that way. Although I'm getting older and it doesn't even look like I'll ever have kids. None of my brothers and I had much to do with girls. Bain finally found someone, but I think we're all pretty aware that our social skills are lacking. We're also aware that what we love isn't mainstream and isn't normal. That can really eat into your confidence when you know you don't think the same things as everyone else, or they'll get a joke that you don't understand. I suppose we've all been the butt of those jokes as we went out, trying to get jobs and pretending to be a part of society, pretending to be normal. People start talking about TV shows, and I have no clue what they're saying. They quote fictional characters, talk about their lives like they're real people. I can't even say I understand that. I don't get where following the lives of fictional characters is even something to waste your time on. And that makes me weird. Some things are pretty easy to get used to. Running water, indoor toilets, washing machines, an electric stove. But other things, the things that really matter when you're talking to people, trying to make friends, are harder and almost impossible. Not having watched TV puts me at a real social disadvantage, since that seems to be something that everyone talks about and knows. So you still talking to me? I keep my voice light. She might still be talking to me, but I might have just completely disqualified myself as anything more than a casual, very casual friend.
For now,
she says, tossing her head a little and turning back toward the table. We grab ourselves a water and I skip the coffee. I already had a cup this morning, and although I could drink 5 more, 1 is enough. We didn't have coffee growing up either, but I've definitely acquired a taste for it. The work I did on the docks, done all hours of the day and night in peak season, almost necessitated coffee. That's a job where it's either feast or famine. Either you're working constantly or there is nothing to do. And by constantly, I mean you need coffee.
So what made you volunteer to hang on the rope as a bungee jumper?
Kori asks as we make our way back. I huff out a breath because I can't answer that question honestly. Even I know that. What can I say to this woman? I just want to be with you? It wasn't even that I was so desirous of being with her. There's just something that attracts me to her. I guess I volunteered before I thought about it. I say, and that's the truth.
I can think of about 500 things I'd rather do, but I'm also thinking that it's going to be fun, other than the embarrassment of actually doing it,
she says. I believe her. She's the kind of girl who isn't afraid to try new things. She's also not afraid to embarrass herself. Seems like most of the time that I've spent back in society, I've been embarrassing myself on accident and trying hard not to. I guess I shouldn't care. I think if you spend your life doing things you don't want to do, you're kind of wasting it, I say.
So you're saying I should back out and not do anything I don't want to do?
I feel like this is a test. She doesn't sound like she's believing what she says. Of course not. If you say you're going to do something, you need to do it. If people are expecting you, you need to come through for them. Sometimes being considerate and being kind is an inconvenience, and it's not something we want to do, but that doesn't mean we don't do it.
But you just said if you spend your life doing things you don't want to do, you waste it.
She uncaps her water and takes a swig. I didn't mean basic courtesies, and I didn't mean to not keep your word. I meant, if you don't want to ride upside down on a float, and you have 500 things you'd rather do instead of that, maybe you shouldn't volunteer for it. Her eyes glint at me, and we share a smile. I twist my bottled water in my hands. I'm not thirsty, but I did want to spend time with Kori. She intrigues me. Still, I'm not really looking to flit around all over the country, and I've heard she has trouble staying in one place for very long. So, when are you heading out again? I ask, and it sounds like small talk to me. We're just standing here, waiting for the parade to start, and small talk is okay, right? She lifts a shoulder. She knows exactly what I just asked her. It doesn't surprise her that I know she doesn't stay in one place long. Either small-town gossip or that's just the way she is. Probably a mixture of both.
I have one more thing I need to do here in good grief before I head out.
She leans against the edge of the flatbed, bending her leg and propping her foot up on the tire behind her. Where are you going? I don't like the sticky, sick feeling in my stomach. I know this is the way she is. Having her words confirm it shouldn't make me feel this bad.
I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I was just thinking about that this morning.
She tilts her head, looks out over the crowd, not meeting my gaze as she talks.
I've done some interesting things and am always on the lookout for new and fun jobs, preferably ones that are in an area I've never been in before. It's just fun, you know?
I shake my head. Not that I want to disagree with her, but I don't understand. I was born in the Idaho mountains, and I don't have any desire to leave them. All of my brothers and I left for a little bit, but that was mostly because we knew we needed money in order to get a start here. We've all come back.
So you like sticking in one place all the time?
She asks, and while her tone doesn't exactly say that people who enjoy just being born, living their life, and dying all in the same area have something wrong with them, I kind of feel like she might feel that way. I guess I can't imagine a man waking up in the morning and seeing the sunlight rise up over the mountains, turning the snow a golden orange and reflecting off the capped mountains all around, with the open sky above, and the whole world at his fingertips around him, being his own man and knowing that his day, what he eats, whether he survives, everything is on his own shoulders. I shake my head, not saying what I want to say very well at all. So I stop trying to be poetic and just use words. I can't imagine growing up in the shadow of these mountains and not loving them and not wanting to spend the rest of my life right here in the most beautiful place in the world. She stops looking around at the crowd of people, and she turns her head towards me and kind of tilts it, like she's considering what I'm saying. She doesn't agree with me. Her next words are a challenge.
How do you know this is the most beautiful place in the world? Have you traveled the world?
I don't need to. I'm content here. Her eyes tighten just a bit, like something I've said bothers her. I'm not sure what it is. That I'm content? I kind of get the feeling that might be it. Because she's not. And all the traveling she's done, and all the crazy jobs she's had, and all the back and forth and living in good grief and moving away and coming back and moving away again, hasn't given her that elusive contentment and satisfaction that everyone seems to search for. That's too deep for us to talk about. Our relationship definitely hasn't progressed to that point. I'm not even sure we're friends. We're just strangers spending a morning together. So I decide to lighten the conversation. You know, this past March, when you and I were cooking up in the lodge together, I began, referring to the time when my brother and Kimber had gotten stuck in a remote cabin in a snowstorm, and Kori and I had ended up at the lodge, cooking for all the people there, after our cook quit right before the snow started and we couldn't get another one in time.
Yeah?
She says, picking at the wrapper on her plastic water bottle. I've had something I can't figure out, and I thought maybe you'd help me, since the statute of limitations is expired. The last phrase got her head to jerk around.
Statute of limitations?
I lift one side of my lip up a little. Sure, you know, where you can't be prosecuted for a crime any longer.
I know what the statute of limitations is,
she says, and I hear goof in her voice, but not a put-down, like she probably could have, unlike other people have done to me after they know that I'm a backwoods guy. Somehow, people equate backwoods with stupid. I guess I just don't understand what's so stupid about being able to survive and feed yourself and, heck, even have enough food to feed the people around you. If that makes me stupid, I guess I've always owned it, but I've never understood it. Still, Kori is not that way with me, and I continue. You're just acting like you don't. I thought I might need to explain it.
You don't.
All right, I won't.
Are you going to continue with your story or whatever it was?
She says, a little exasperated. I will. I'll try to use little words. I say, and this time I really am smirking. I complain about people making fun of me for my background, but I make fun of myself too.
Thanks,
she says dryly. So, I was wondering, the night we found the possums rooting around in the trash and I shot them, and we were using them to make possum pot pie, I say, eyeing her with my gaze narrowed. You switched them out, didn't you?
I plead the fifth,
she says with a smirk. And then she says,
do I need to explain that to you?
I think it'd be kind of cute if you would, but I do know what it means. I'm teasing. She grunts. So that day, Miss Agnes's toilet somehow got plugged up, and I spent most of the morning trying to fix that. You were in the kitchen by yourself. I knew you'd be fine because there was plenty of meat for lunch, and possum pot pie isn't that hard to make. No harder than chicken pot pie, so I didn't worry too much about it. I narrow my eyes. But it didn't taste like any possum pot pie I've ever had before. In fact, it tasted suspiciously like beef pot pie. I say, leaving a dramatic pause at the end of my words. She squirms, and I hide a smile. And then, that evening as I was taking out the trash, there were possum carcasses in the dumpster. I twist my bottle and let my hand drop to my side. I don't suppose you know anything about that, do you?
So the statute of limitations is up?
She asks. It is.
I do. The idea of eating possum is gross. Who in the world in their right mind would do that? So, of course, I switched it out for beef. That's what any sane person would have done.
She's smiling the whole time she's talking, and I know she's messing with me, but I do believe she's serious about the possum. She didn't want to eat them, and she didn't cook them for anyone else. She's just confirming what I thought, and I have to say, I love it. Not necessarily that she didn't want to eat possum, but the fact that she's fun and spunky and isn't afraid to challenge me. Maybe that's why I haven't gotten married yet. I just haven't found the woman who challenges me, makes me laugh, and makes me think I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Kori is different. I'm not sure that's a good thing. Chapter 7. Kori.
I know I'm too old to act like a giggling teenager, but Hoover makes me feel that way, which really surprises me because I think of him as more of a stick in the mud than someone who can make me laugh. But I like his sly humor. It's a little self-deprecating, but I like that too. His life has not been normal, and if he tried to walk around saying that it was, or if he tried to walk around demanding that everyone acknowledge that how he was raised is just fine, it would be different. But he pokes a little fun at himself and teases me. I shouldn't be falling for this, but I think I am. After today, he's probably going to go back to his lodge and work there for the rest of the summer. I'll finish up my photography job by the end of the summer, and I'll be leaving. It's not going to hurt anything to fool around a little and have a fun day with him. I don't know why I was so scared about it. I'll relax, but first, I want to make sure I'm right. You're just here for the day, for the festival, and then you're heading back up to the lodge? I ask, pleased at how casual I sound.
Yeah, pretty much. Why? You looking for a cooking job?
He asks, and I snort. I was a short-line cook for a while. It was fun until it got boring. Just making the same things over and over again, and pretty soon you can do it in your sleep. And where's the fun in that?
There's something that can be said for routine and a lack of excitement.
He says, and although his words are light, I feel like he really wants me to agree with him. It surprises me that part of me does. If I didn't enjoy new things and excitement, I wouldn't be getting ready to hang myself upside down from a rope and ride in a parade. Speaking of which, it's time to get ready. People are milling about, and I see the old ladies making their way out of the front door of Cherry Tree.
Give me your hand. I'll help you up.
Hoover says, shoving his bottle of water in his back pocket and holding his hand out. I take it, and that odd sensation tingles through my fingers again. I ignore it, putting my foot on the tire and pulling myself up onto the flatbed. As I straighten, I set my water down and turn around and hold my hand out for him. He looks at it for a moment with a half grin on his face, like he's wondering whether or not I'm actually sturdy enough to help him up. I admit I'm not hugely substantial, but I'm stronger than I look, and I hold his gaze steadily. I think there's a bit of challenge in his eyes as they glint, and he reaches out and takes my hand. I do brace my feet because he is a big guy, but he gets a good jump and he steps up, landing beside me and saying,
Thanks.
Maybe there's a little bit of admiration in his voice. Not necessarily that I was able to help him up, but that I was willing to try. I don't know why that surprises him, though. We just got done talking about how I enjoy doing different things. And typically when you do different things, that means you face challenges and obstacles that you have to overcome. You don't get in a rut where you can live your life on autopilot.
I don't want to spend any more time hanging upside down than I have to, but we should figure out how to get ourselves attached to that.
I'm in total agreement about not wanting to do that any longer than I have to, even though I'm looking forward to it in a weird way, I say, because it's true. But if it is not going to work out, we're going to have to figure something else out. So we better try it. There's a harness along with 2 ropes for each of us, and while we don't technically have to hang upside down, that is kind of the point. We each get into our harness, and there are some hooks and clasps that we need to help each other with. I try to do it clinically and not think about the fact that it's Hoover and he makes my fingers tingle. I don't know what he's thinking. His face closes down again the way it was most of the time that we were cooking up at the lodge. There isn't a scrap of emotion on it, and while I never said anything then, I decide I'm going to now. When you look like that, I can't tell what you're thinking, I say as he takes the strap I hand him and pull it over my shoulder, looking at my face before he steps around, fiddling with the latch and hook.
So I'm supposed to have expressions on my face that you can tell exactly what I'm thinking at all times?
He says, and he murmurs the words kind of like afterthoughts as he's working on latching my harness. Well, I think normal people have expressions on their faces that reflect the way they're feeling. You just have this expression that is impossible to read. You did it up on the mountain, and you're doing it now. I figured I would try to find out what exactly it means. I shrug, feeling dumb. I shouldn't have asked that question, because now I'm stuck talking about something that makes me uncomfortable.
Maybe I'm just thinking about how much fun it is to hook up your harness,
he says, and while I would like to think there's a thread of truth in that, I feel like there's not. He hands me his strap, and I take it over his shoulder and buckle it behind him. So that's what that expression means? So while we were cooking lasagna up on the mountain, you were thinking about how much fun it is to buckle my harness? I say, knowing it doesn't make any sense, but his answer didn't either.
I do have some psychic abilities,
he says. I'm sorry, but that's a scary thought, I say, only half joking. I don't want him to know what I'm thinking. And, of course, that's probably the reason for his face. He doesn't want me to know what he's thinking, which, of course, makes me want to know even more what he's thinking. Maybe he's like me. Maybe he's hiding it because he likes me. I find that a little hard to believe, although he's been being nicer than he's been, or nicer than he was up on the mountain. Maybe he just needed to get used to me. He said he always feels awkward in social situations. I suppose maybe he wasn't sure or didn't have the confidence. I just can't believe that he wouldn't, though. Looking at him, he seems so strong and capable and sure of himself. The idea that he wouldn't have confidence doesn't sit right with me. Maybe there are different kinds of confidence.
I think you're good,
he says, giving my harness a tug.
Do you want me to hook you up to the ropes and we'll see how it holds?
We have stools to stand on and a ladder. I climb up the ladder and he moves the stool beside me, hooking my harness and tugging on the ropes.
I'm going to go down. Wait until I get to the bottom, and then let loose slowly. The fall wouldn't be so far that I won't be able to catch you, but it'll help if you don't get a jump start on it by dropping quickly.
I think that's common sense, but some people don't have it, so I don't give him a hard time for telling me. I just nod, suddenly kind of nervous. When we're hanging suspended from the bungee cords, we'll only be about 5 feet off the floor of the flatbed. Nothing too terrible. Still, now that I'm about to do it, it's a little scary. I put my chin up, suck in some air, and tell myself I am strong, and I am tough, and I can do this. And then I say a prayer. I'm definitely of the mindset that God helps those who help themselves. Actually, I do believe that God helps you, and you have to lean on His strength. But I don't think that leaning on His strength means sitting around twiddling your thumbs waiting for God to zap you with some kind of supernatural power and have things happen without any effort on your part. While there are instances of that happening in the Bible, I'm thinking of Daniel in the lion's den, since Daniel didn't do anything besides go into the lion's den. It was God that shut the lion's mouth. But even Jesus didn't sit around and expect God to feed the multitudes. He's the one who asked for the bread and the fish and blessed and broke it. I guess this is my blessing and breaking. I wait for Hoover to get positioned directly below me.
Go ahead, slowly. I'm ready.
He says, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a thread of nerves in his voice as well. Whether it's because he knows he's going to be doing it next, or whether he's truly concerned about me, I'm not sure. I close my eyes and ease carefully off the ladder. The ropes tighten, and my breath eases out as I swing gently. I hang suspended, swaying, for a few moments before my lips turn up, and I start to grin. This is fun. I feel my balance on the ropes, and I'm pretty sure I will be able to flip frontwards and backwards, and I'm going to get to spend the next hour or hour and a half just playing and having a good time. I like it. I call down. Hoover is not that far below me. His head is almost to my knees now that the bungee cords are stretched out, and I look down the length of my body at him.
You do make that look fun. I guess it's my turn.
Unhook me so I can catch you in case you fall. His lips slip back, and he looks around at me.
You helped me up on the trailer, and that was pushing it. If I fall, we're both going to be smashed to the ground. You are not catching me.
His smile supports his words, and he continues.
I'll be fine.
I believe that. He will be, but I think I'd rather be safe than sorry. There's Doug. Maybe he'll give you a hand. Hoover turns. Doug is striding toward us through the crowd. I'm pretty sure Doug knows what's going on, and he's coming over to help.
He'll be able to move the ladder for me as I ease off of it.
Hoover murmurs, then looks back at me.
I'm starting to think you're concerned about me. You better stop, or the next thing you know, I'll start thinking you like me.
I suppose I do like you, as much as I can like someone who actually thinks that eating possum is a good idea. He gets that self-effacing grin on his face again, and I smile at it. Some people don't take teasing well, but I like that we can rib each other and not get angry. I guess in my book that's part of what makes a good friendship. That you assume the best of someone, even when everything points to the worst. I've been burned before with that philosophy, but I think it's a good idea, thinking the best of people. That's what I want people to do for me anyway. Hoover is ready to step off the ladder by the time Doug has climbed onto the flatbed.
Good morning, you two. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I had some other things to get straightened out. That's fine. Kori and I have been able to take care of ourselves. I just need you to move the ladder, then we should be good to go.
Hoover is eased off the ladder, and I kind of want to say something since Doug is not under him to catch him if his latches or rope or something wasn't done right, but I don't. He's fine, and I think he's feeling the same way I did, a little apprehensive at first, and then deciding he really likes it and it might actually be fun. I can't see Hoover goofing around at the end of a bungee cord, but he surprised me in more ways than one already this morning. I suppose he could surprise me in this way as well.
I need to get the ladies up here. They'll be sitting in the rocking chairs, and Chubb and Patrick need to be locked into the shark cage.
Doug says as he moves the ladder over to the side of the flatbed, then hops down and grabs it.
Are you two sure you're good? Things should get moving here in 10 minutes or so.
Hoover looks at me, and I like that he's letting me answer first. I'm good. I think this is going to be fun. I don't know what I was so apprehensive about. I do think I'm going to have a good time. Although Hoover is hanging closer to me than I thought he would be. Close enough that if I stretch out my arm, I could touch him. I wasn't expecting that.
So we're both good.
Hoover says as he tests the balance in his bungee cords by shifting and adjusting the weight of his body. he's flipped upside down, and I scurry to imitate him, half wanting to know if I can do it and half not wanting him to have all the fun.
You two are a pair.
Doug says, shaking his head as he carries the ladder away.
Chapter 8. Hoover. Our float is positioned toward the front of the parade, so when Doug said it would be 10 or 15 minutes before the parade started, that meant 10 or 15 minutes before we started. The high school band is ahead of us, as well as good grief's single fire truck with Kori's mom driving. There is a lot to admire in Mrs. Harding, and I see a lot of her in Kori. Something tells me that Kori can't see that in herself. The ladies from Cherry Tree climb aboard with Doug's help and settle into their rocking chairs as the men hunker down and get locked in the cage that is, apparently, a shark diving cage. I don't think I want to know. My brother Taft is driving the truck to pull the float. Taft grew up in the woods just like I did, and none of us really had much to do with cars until we were in our teens. We had one, and we rode in it occasionally, but it just wasn't something we messed around with. Still, Taft is a good driver. But I hadn't anticipated how the ropes would swing as the truck moved. He just pulls up a few feet to ease into line, but I'm swinging and can't really control where I go. I am hanging upside down, just listening to the ladies, Miss Agnes, Miss Harriet, and Miss Gertrude, cackling amongst themselves behind us. Patrick and Chubb are locked in the shark cage, and neither one of them looks very happy to be there. They do have candy to throw, although I'm not sure what kind of message that is sending to the children, seeing candy coming out of the shark cage. At least they have chairs to sit in, and they aren't sitting on the floor. What am I saying? I'm hanging upside down from a rope and swinging wildly. I would do anything to sit in the shark cage.
Kori!
A high-pitched voice says, and I look over to see a tall, slender, teenaged girl hurrying toward us, a tall, lanky teenage boy following behind her a little to her side. I recognize the look in his eye right away. He is totally besotted with the girl he's following. It's a little funny, and equally sad, that she doesn't even seem to notice him as she hurries to the side of the flatbed and puts her hands on it.
Aunt Kori, what are you doing?
She asks, smiling and looking at her aunt, who's hanging upside down, of course, in amazement. I think it's pretty good when the aunt can amaze her teenage niece. I don't say that, though, and I reach out to steady Kori as she turns her head, focusing on keeping us from banging into each other. I'll give her quite a headache if she smacks into me. There aren't too many soft parts on my person.
Evie!
Kori says, smiling, sounding really happy. There's definitely a fondness in her voice, and there's no question she loves the girl she's talking to.
I wasn't expecting to see you here.
Her eyes go beyond Evie to the boy who's settled beside her, leaning against the flatbed.
And Roy, it looks like you're having a good time today.
The boy nods, giving Kori a small smile, before his eyes go back to Evie. I suppose I could commiserate with him a little bit, because while I don't think my expression is quite like his, my feelings toward his aunt might be. Kori seems to be equally as oblivious as Evie.
It looks like you're having a better time, Miss Harding,
Roy says with a sly grin.
You know what? I never even thought about it, but I bet you guys would just love doing this,
Kori says with a touch of exasperation in her voice. I hadn't thought about getting teenagers to do it either. That would have been the smart thing to do. Of course, they'd probably have so much fun they'd hurt themselves.
If you guys do it next year, we can do that,
Evie says, and Roy gives a little shrug of the shoulders and then nods along.
Usually floats are different every year, but I'm sure your Uncle Doug will put your name on the list, because he almost got roped into it.
Evie rolls her eyes.
I bet that was Aunt Lee. She was probably begging to do it, and Uncle Doug was doing that fake glower thing that he does, when you know he's going to do whatever she wants to, but he just has to put up a token fight or disagreement. That's exactly the way it went down,
Kori says with a grin. I tuck that look away. I get the feeling that she likes the fact that Doug and Lee have such a great relationship. Sometimes, as a man, I think I need to bulldoze ahead, when it seems like ladies, at least Kori, like strength tempered with, I'm not sure what. Kori and I are still dangling upside down when Taft slowly pulls the truck forward again and Evie and Roy wave and back away. If it were just me, the swinging wouldn't be too bad, and I would roll with it. The problem is I almost hit Kori when Taft taps the brakes. I reach out to grab her again, to keep her away from me. Thankfully, I grab a part that I'm allowed to be holding on to, because with both of us swinging wildly, that wasn't a given. Still, it was worth the risk because I don't want to hurt her. I hadn't considered that, I say as I keep my hand on her waist, and we jiggle and shake some more as the truck slows to keep from hitting the float in front of us.
This should have been something we anticipated,
she says, her hand on my arm, using it to steady herself. I hadn't anticipated it, but I don't mind. I don't think I'll tell her that. Not now. But I do think she's softening toward me, and once in a while, I think she kind of likes me.
Hold on, you two,
Miss Agnes says from behind us. I peek over my shoulder to see the three ladies smiling at us.
Oh, Agnes, they've got that covered. Look at him. He's got a death grip on her,
Miss Gertrude says, keeping her earbuds in her ear. She doesn't go anywhere without those.
Just leave them alone. They can figure this stuff out without your help,
Miss Harriet says, like she hasn't been involved in every other scheme that the ladies at Cherry Tree have cooked up. I shouldn't be complaining about it. My brother Bain is with Kimber now because of these ladies. I should be thanking them. I guess they're wasting their time on Kori and me, though. Not on me, because I'm game to go along with whatever they want with Kori. It's just Kori's not interested. The truck jerks as it starts again, and I look through the window at the back of the cab. If I didn't know better, I would think that Taft is jerking us on purpose. But his eyes are on the road. I can't see, but maybe he's smirking. That would be a dead giveaway. I wouldn't put it past him. I don't really mind, but Kori's safety is the most important thing. With that in consideration, I don't let go of her waist.
You know, I think this would be easier if we weren't upside down,
Kori says. I agree, I say. In order to stay upside down, we have to kind of hook at least 1 foot around the side wires.
But I think it's the upside down part that makes it cool,
she continues, and I have to agree with that too. I guess we're stuck with it, I say, not really meaning it was a bad thing. Then a thought strikes me. I wonder if anyone thought to check to see if this was legal. Kori grins.
I bet not. Although, if we really get down into the nitty-gritty, we might find that celebrating chainsaws is illegal as well. I mean, come on, who does that?
Yeah, that's kind of a safety hazard.
But the illegal stuff is usually the most fun,
Kori says casually, and my mouth pulls against gravity, opening, and I can't seem to get it closed. Growing up, my parents did some illegal things, mostly hunting and trapping out of season, but I'm kind of a stickler for the law. I would never just brush it off like that. I think she's joking, but maybe not. My brothers always tease me for being uptight, and it's funny that I'm attracted to someone like Kori, who's the opposite. The truck lurches again, and I'd like to grab a hold of Taft. I'm pretty sure he's doing it on purpose. he's not a bad driver.
It would have been nice if they could have gotten someone a little smoother to drive,
Kori says as she bounces around with me, my hand still holding her to keep us from knocking our heads together. Taft drives well, I say. I think he might be doing it on purpose because he thinks it's funny to watch us bounce around.
Every time he does it, the ladies in the rocking chairs jerk around too. That might be why.
Although Doug and another man I don't know but think might be married to one of Kori's sisters are standing behind the rocking chairs. There are rails enclosing the ladies, and I am pretty sure that unless the wagon actually tips over, they will be fine. Kori and I are in a little more untenable position, but we are hooked up well. I'm sure we'll be all right. Could be, I say, doubting it. Taft might not even notice the rocking chairs. Maybe it just feels like he's driving extra bad since we're not used to dangling in the air. That's giving my brother the biggest benefit of the doubt I can. Why are we doing this again? I ask, doubting my sanity as the trailer dips into what seems like the deepest pothole in the United States.
There's a $500 cash prize going to the most original float. The residents of Cherry Tree are hoping to win it because they want to take a hot air balloon ride.
Let me guess, it's on Miss Agnes's bucket list? Kori nods, and she smiles. Her face is getting a little red, and I want to ask if she's okay, but I figure my face is probably just as red, and I'm fine. We jerk to a stop once more, and Kori says,
If you say that Taft's driving is good, I'd hate to see driving that you say is not.
Well, one of my other brothers, Vincent, wrecked my dad's car 3 times growing up.
Wow! And your parents didn't pull his license?
That was well before he got his license. He was probably 12 when he wrecked the last time. Maybe I shouldn't have been so free with that information, as her eyes get wide and her mouth forms an O which looks the same upside down or right side up.
I bet you have some interesting stories to tell about your childhood,
Kori finally says. Don't we all? I say, lifting a hand, the one that's not holding on to her, in that universal sign of, what can I do?
Well, sure, everyone has childhood stories, but I just bet yours are pretty interesting because of the way you were raised.
You have an interesting mom and 3 interesting sisters, so I wouldn't say my stories would be any better than yours. I like that we're actually talking to each other, and it's not barbed insults or stiffly worded courtesies. I feel like I'm getting to know her, and although maybe we're not exactly in the position I would have chosen. So you're the first girl that I've ever really had a conversation with completely upside down, I say, just to see her smile. She doesn't disappoint, and she replies,
I can say the same about you. First conversation ever, boy or girl.
My brothers and I swung on vines and trees a lot when we were kids. I guess when you're a kid, it's more fun to be upside down than right side up anyway, right?
You guys played Tarzan?
She says, and I have to wrinkle my brow. Tarzan. I've heard of that before. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I say, yep, I guess. She gives me one of those looks, a look I hate, the look people give me when they can't believe I don't know something obvious that the rest of the world knows. We turn onto the main street of Good Grief, and crowds line both sides of the street. I don't recall seeing this many people here last year, I say.
It's grown every year. I don't always make it back, but when I was a kid, there were a couple of games set up at the fire hall and a log cutting contest, and that pretty much was the festival.
It's definitely grown since then. I look around at the people who are standing 3 and 4 deep on the sidewalk. The ladies on our float are in their element, throwing candy and cackling as children scramble for it as it hits the sidewalk.
That's the best thing about parades, the candy,
Kori says, smiling wistfully, as though remembering parades from her childhood and her own wild scrambles for candy. Such a normal childhood. Compared to mine, anyway. I want to ask her about kids and why she never got married or had any. She looks so wistful now, and she'd make such a good mom. But I'm guessing she's probably only a little younger than me, which is early 40s, and way too old to be hanging upside down on a parade float. I make a mental note to put this on my too old to ever do it again list. Miss Agnes has just thrown a huge handful of candy, and maybe Kori and I are both distracted watching the kids race for it, and neither one of us are prepared when Taft slams on the brakes. We weren't going that fast, but it's enough to send us reeling, and I lose my grip on her waist. She hasn't told me that I couldn't touch her, and she hadn't said anything when I put my hand there to begin with, but I'd been careful not to do anything more than make sure we didn't hit each other. She seemed to be handling it okay, and although I would feel better if I had two hands on her waist to steady her, I tried to be respectful and only do what was strictly necessary. I regret it now as we twist wildly, spinning and whirling and bouncing at the end of our bungee cords. Both of us have our feet around both ropes so we don't lose our upside-down positions, but despite the fact that I have my hand out, trying to grab her, I miss and we swing toward each other. Our heads smack together with a crack so loud we can hear it over the noise of the crowd and the truck and the kids screaming. Pain shoots through my forehead and out my arm. This definitely rivals the time I fell off a small cliff my brothers and I were exploring and cracked my head on the stones beneath. I'm not really thinking about my pain, though, because I'm concerned about the damage I might have inflicted on Kori. We're probably about 3/4 of the way down the street, and though I don't want to ruin everyone's chances for winning the prize money and coming in first in the parade float judging, I let loose with my feet and twist around until I'm right side up. Holding on to my rope with one hand, I reach out to Kori, who's got one hand on her head. I assume she's holding the spot where we cracked together, and one hand just kind of dangling. At least I didn't knock her unconscious. I grab a hold of her dangling hand, and she twists her head enough to see that I changed my position. In a couple of seconds, she's done the same, and I can see the blood that has seeped into her hairline before Doug makes his way over and stands beside us, a hand on one of the supporting beams. "Are you okay, Kori?" he asks, concern but not panic in his voice.
I am.
Her tone is firm, like she's determined that no one is going to baby her just because she got a little bump on her head. "You're bleeding. You're not okay. I want to get down, and I want to get her down. I want to make her lie down and take it easy, make sure she really is okay. Maybe I'm overreacting. Actually, I know I am. If this were one of my brothers, we wouldn't even think twice about it. But it's Kori, and it's my fault, so that changes everything." She takes a deep breath and waves Doug away as he starts toward her on the wobbly flatbed.
Go back and stand with the ladies, Doug. I'm fine. I can make it the rest of the route.
The ladies had quit throwing candy to see what was going on, but when Kori waves Doug away, they resume throwing, with Miss Agnes saying,
"You're going to have a knot on your forehead, Kori, but I bet you have a hard head like your mom and sisters, and you'll be okay."
Although her words are a little rough, her tone is nurturing and filled with warmth. Her wily old eyes show concern as she watches Kori, who brushes her hair away from her forehead, slowing as her fingers touch the blood, and a shadow crosses her face. Then her chin comes up, and she pulls back away from me, as well as she can while attached to the dangling ropes.
Let go of me. I'm going back upside down. We just have a little bit more.
Head wounds bleed a lot, and it's going to bleed more if you're upside down.
Pretty sure I'm not going to bleed to death by the time the parade is over. Then there will be plenty of time to get this fixed up.
You might need stitches, I say, unsure. I can see the cut, but there's too much blood coming out of it for me to see if it is deep enough to warrant a trip to the ER.
I'll just stick a Band-Aid on it, pulling the sides together, and I'm sure it'll be fine,
she says. Normally, my brothers and I wouldn't even do that much. So I'm not sure exactly why this bothers me so much. I don't like the sick feeling in my stomach, the one that makes me feel helpless and frustrated and like I need to do something, anything. I turn until I'm upside down with her, and this time, as I hook my feet around my ropes, I put both hands on either side of her waist, looking straight into her eyes and letting her know that this is the way it is going to be, if we are going to insist on being upside down, and we are going to stay this close. I'm not going to risk anything happening to her again. Chapter 9. Kori.
Hoover actually seems seriously concerned about the bump on my head. I want to tell him that I've had far, far worse and survived. But I also like his concern. It makes me feel like he really cares, which I like. I suppose anytime someone cares about you, it makes you feel good. But, man, I don't even want to admit that there's something special about Hoover. But there is. I allow him to hold on to me, and I can go along with the idea that it's just so we don't bump into each other again. But I'm only fooling myself. I like it. He's quiet, but he showed a funny side today, and he's strong and capable, and I feel like as long as he's holding on to me, nothing's going to happen. Which is ridiculous, because he was holding on to me when the truck stopped that fast. Although I think as quickly as the truck stopped, it wouldn't have mattered. At any rate, as soon as the parade is over and the truck is parked, which provides more swings and dips and bumps for us, although no one gets hurt, he's impatiently working at his buckles and doesn't even wait for Doug to come and get the stool. I'm not sure how he does it, but Hoover has himself unhooked and down moments after the truck stops and the air brakes hiss. That's okay, because he's able to grab the stool and use it to help unhook me, as Doug brings the ladder and I gingerly grab it with my toes.
You guys are really good sports. Thanks a lot for helping out.
Doug squints at my forehead.
I think that's pretty much stopped bleeding, Kori. I think you're going to be okay. You don't feel dizzy or anything?
I bite back a laugh, because Doug is a typical man and is clearly uncomfortable with my pain and blood. But he's doing his duty and asking. I know he really cares. Sometimes it's just hard for him to show it. Although he doesn't seem to have a problem showing it with Lee, which I think is sweet. Of course. There's a look that passes between Doug and Hoover before Doug thanks us again. Hoover grunts. I say, anytime. And Hoover is moving toward me, his hands coming toward my head. I don't flinch, but I am a little afraid that he's not going to be gentle. He hasn't even touched me, and he says,
Do you mind if I look at it?
There's some kind of note in his voice that makes my backbone want to curl. I try to pretend I don't have sparklers running up and down my back as I shake my head slowly. I close my eyes, not because I'm scared, not because I don't want to see, just because I don't want him to see what his voice and caring and concern is doing to me. One day. I'm spending one day with him, and I'm going to tell him when we part that it was fun, see you later. Honest, that's what I'm gonna do. His hands come down my forehead, and they're gentle and careful, the calluses rough against my skin. More shivers. Far from hurting, his hands actually feel good, the light touch soft and warm, and the headache that had been threatening to start pounding against my temples fades a little.
I don't think you need stitches. I think you're right. A Band-Aid will do it.
His words are low and soft, and I'm glad I have my eyes closed. I know my sister Lee has bandages in her office at Cherry Tree. I say, kind of forgetting that we're completely on the other side of town.
I have Band-Aids in my purse.
Miss Agnes says, and she surprises me. My eyes pop open. I'd forgotten there was anyone else alive, let alone on the flatbed with us. It makes me nervous that Hoover can make me forget myself so completely. Miss Agnes is already digging through her purse when I see the lady with all the children, Chastity, waving at us beside the trailer. She'd been at Cherry Tree when we left, and somehow she's clear on the other end of the parade route. She and her family sure get around, and quickly, for people with so many children. I don't try to figure out the logistics in my head. I just close my eyes again as Hoover murmurs,
Thank you.
and then I feel something cold and wet on my forehead. This doesn't feel quite as good as his fingers had, but I understand it's necessary, since I don't want to run around the rest of the day with blood all over me.
It was kind of fortunate that you were hanging upside down, I guess.
He says, and he's not murmuring in that shivery tone anymore. Thankfully.
All the blood ended up in your hair, and you can't really see it.
Oh, that's nice, I say, a little sarcastically. But I think it's lost on him. He probably does not understand that blood in my hair is not really any better than blood on my face, and maybe a little worse since it's going to be there until I shower. It doesn't matter. It's a woman thing, and I kind of think Hoover, with all of his brothers, probably will never understand.
There, I think I got most of it.
He says, and I crack my eyes. He's peering at my head, glancing at it first one way and then another, like looking at it from a different angle will make blood appear. I don't smile, even though I think it's cute. I don't want to embarrass him or make him feel silly, because I appreciate what he's done.
I think you're ready for the Band-Aid. I'll tug a little harder on these edges, but I really don't think there's going to be much of a scar. It's seeping a little, but the bleeding has stopped.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping me.
It's the least I can do, since you came out worse for the wear after our collision.
His eyes twinkle, although his face is still serious. It was an accident, and it could just as easily have been you who got your head cracked.
I've got a pretty hard head, or so I've been told.
He says with that same twinkle, and this time maybe his lip twitches. But he doesn't take his eyes off my cut as he has the Band-Aid out and is fitting it just so. That's funny, I say. I've been told the same thing. He huffs, then his fingers slide over the Band-Aid, pressing down on it. And then maybe he lets his hands linger for just a second, or maybe that's my imagination, before they drop.
All done,
He says. Thank you, I say again, because he brushed my earlier appreciation aside.
You're welcome.
He pauses for a second, and then he says,
Maybe, since I wounded you, you'll walk around with me for a bit and let me buy you lunch?
He doesn't quite meet my eyes, and that makes me think he's concerned that I might turn him down. I appreciate the risk he took in asking me, and of course, I really do want to walk around with him. More than I want to admit, even to myself. I'd enjoy that, I say, telling myself that it's okay since it's only for today. Then he's leaving, and eventually I will be too.
That was easier than I thought it would be.
He says, and I don't tell him that that's not something most people would admit. He's kind of sensitive about his upbringing making him different. But I'm starting to think that maybe his upbringing makes him different in a different kind of way. A way that I like. So I'm supposed to play hard to get? I ask instead.
Maybe just a little. You know, make me think I did something really hard, accomplished something, by getting you to agree to go out with me.
Oh, I didn't agree to go out with you. I agreed to walk around the festival with you. I smile, so he knows I'm teasing him. The festival most definitely counts as a date in good grief. There aren't exactly tons of things to do. I've never had a problem making my own fun.
This is a date,
He says, and while he's grinning, he says it firmly like there's no doubt in his mind, and there should be no doubt in mine either.
because I'm buying you lunch.
You know what? I'm going to concede that point, I say. He's right. I just agreed to a date with him, even if it is an immediate one.
I like a gracious loser. I'll let you pick where we eat,
He says, and he jumps off the flatbed, landing lightly on his feet. Turning around, he holds his hand up.
Can I give you a hand?
I'm not sure my head is going to take a jump, I say, not wanting to be a baby, but knowing that it wouldn't take too much to jar my head and kick the headache that's threatening behind my temples into high gear.
Put your hands on my shoulders, and I'll get you down that way,
He says. I could walk to the back, where everyone else has been getting off and, in fact, have gotten off. He and I are the only ones left. Eventually, when the rest of the parade is over, Taft will drive the float back to Cherry Tree, and they'll dismantle it there. I might even be helping with that. I don't know. Regardless, I need to get down, and I accept his offer. Putting my hands on his shoulders, I lean forward. I trust him not to drop me, and I also trust him to be gentle. I don't even feel like I have to say so, since I just said I wasn't jumping because of my head. I'm right, and he shifts me gently, setting me down on the ground easily, making sure I'm steady before he drops his hands.
Not feeling dizzy or anything?
No, I'll be fine. Honestly, I have hit my head before, plenty of times, and harder than that, probably.
Probably?
He says, humor wrapped around the word, with his brow lifted. Okay, that's probably the hardest I've ever hit my head, but I'm sure I'm gonna survive and be just fine. I do appreciate your concern and your help, though. I really do, and I don't want to give the impression that I felt like he was babying me and I didn't like it. The trouble is that I liked it way too much, but he doesn't need to know that.
I think I told you it was my pleasure.
That rumbly note is back in his voice, the one that sends shivers up and down my spine and makes it feel like it's on fire. I think I want to walk a bit before we eat anything, though, if you don't mind. My stomach needs to settle. Normally, I'm not nearly that wishy-washy, but it really was a hard hit to the head, and being upside down probably didn't help.
I've heard rumors that there's a chainsaw display in the fire hall. Would you like to start there?
I've seen that display a million times, although they do add to it every year. And honestly, I love it. It's kind of crazy what creative people can come up with, and the fire hall display is a true testament to the creative nature of a human. I'd love to. Have you seen it before? I ask.
I've heard about it, but I've never actually gone and seen it, although I have been at the festival before.
How have you made it to the festival and not seen the chainsaw display? Goodness, some people don't know how to have fun. I infuse mock horror into my voice, and I shake my head in pretend consternation.
I've been told that my education is probably lacking. I guess we can fill in one of those holes right now.
This is all the education you ever need, I say. I promise. We grin at each other as we turn and start walking down the sidewalk. I think this could end up being a really great day.
Chapter 10. Hoover. By the time we made it through the chainsaw display in the fire hall, which is pretty awesome, and if you're ever in Good Grief, Idaho, you should check it out, and walk down the street some, Kori was feeling a little better, and we stopped and got chainsaw burgers. It's a Good Grief specialty that they only serve once a year. I don't want to know what was in them, but they were fantastic. Better than possum pot pie, I say as I finish off the last of my burger.
I think you need to raise the bar a little,
Kori says dryly, but she grins at me, and I grin back. I'm not sure if I've ever smiled more in one day than I have today, and it's not even dinner time. I take her garbage and throw it away in the trash cans they have set up along the streets, and then we start moseying down the sidewalk, looking at the different stands that are set up as people sell various craft items. many of them in the shape of chainsaws, but not all. There are flower displays and wall hangings, paintings, honey, CDs, books, and clothes. Pretty much anything you could ever think of is right here in Good Grief today. Kori stops in front of a knife vendor, and I stop along with her, curious. It doesn't really surprise me that she's not interested in the crafts. Although she looked at them and admired them, nothing made her stop.
I've always wanted to learn how to throw a knife,
She says. My heart smiles. I can help the lady. This is the kind I have. I pointed out one that would make a good beginner's knife. I have about 20 knives in my collection, and I do have the kind that I pointed out to her, along with a bunch more.
You throw?
She asks, turning to me, her face lit up. My brothers and I spent a lot of days practicing. We worked a good bit, but knife throwing is something we did for fun anytime we could. We actually got pretty good at it, I say, hoping I don't sound arrogant. There's no point in pretending I'm not good, because I really am.
You know there's a knife throwing contest today, don't you?
Kori says, her eyes going to my face before she looks back at the knife in front of her. She's looking at the one I pointed out, and I like that she seems to trust my opinion. I didn't,
You should enter.
she says, picking the knife up and holding it in her hand, as though gauging the weight of it. You might want to get a slightly smaller size, I say. Her hands are smaller than mine, and while a smaller knife is not necessarily easier to throw, in her case it might be a good idea to get a knife more in proportion to her hand. She agrees and gets the exact same style in a smaller size.
This looks good.
She says, holding it up. It does.
Is there anything else I need?
Just to get started? No. But if you want to have a safe way to carry it, I'd get a sheath. Less than 5 minutes later, she's the proud new owner of a knife, and she's still trying to talk me into entering the knife-throwing contest. I don't really like to draw attention to myself. I'm reluctant to enter. It's one thing to throw a knife in my backyard or to kill my supper. It's another to stand and do it before spectators. Not that I think I would hit anyone. I just don't want everyone staring at me. I don't think I can explain that to her, though.
So you're giving me knife throwing lessons, right?
She says as we start walking down the street. Sure, I say, willing to do anything to spend time with her, but hoping that my voice sounds casual. The streets are crowded by now, and I nod to several people as we pass them, careful to stay beside Kori and make sure she's not getting jostled. Not that she can't handle it, it just seems like courtesy. We've made our way to the park where different attractions are set up. I see people running chainsaws, carving large pieces of wood into beautiful works of art. It also looks like there's a lumberjack contest going on. At one area, it looks like they have contestants taking chainsaws apart and putting them back together. I don't remember it being this busy when I was here before. Wow, I say, things are really in full swing already.
We celebrate all day long,
Kori says, emphasizing the all. There's a lot to celebrate about a chainsaw, I say, although not all of the contests have anything even remotely to do with chainsaws. I think I see a watermelon eating contest and all of the typical ring tosses and games that could show up at any festival.
Come on,
Kori says, grabbing my arm.
let's get you signed up for the knife throwing contest.
I follow her, reluctant but willing to go along with her suggestions. Out of all my brothers, I'm probably the best at throwing, although my marksmanship skills with a rifle leave a good bit to be desired. I don't even mention a shooting contest, because, knowing my luck, she'd sign me up for that and I'd come in dead last. While we're waiting to sign up, Tammy, Kori's eldest sister, approaches us.
Hey, sis.
Tammy says as she stops on the other side of Kori, who hasn't dropped her hand from my arm. Tammy's eyes land on it and her brows go up. She has that look like a teacher in front of her classroom, looking at the kid who's whispering across the aisle. It gives me the urge to squirm, and I never went to school. I don't move my arm, though, because even though Tammy is looking at it like I might be in trouble, I don't want Kori to let go. Hopefully, Kori doesn't notice the look. Or maybe she's immune to her sister's schoolteacher looks. I know that's how I feel about my brother's looks.
How many things does Mom have you roped into doing today?
Kori greets her sister. Tammy rolls her eyes.
Enough to keep me busy for the last 2 weeks and all day today for sure.
She taps her clipboard.
I don't know how you always get out of this and I always get roped into it. That's because you're responsible and I'm not,
Kori says flippantly, but then she sobers.
I helped Denise make the cake. It's a chainsaw and it's pretty cool. You have to see it before they cut it, which I think they're going to do for the cake eating contest, whenever that is.
Tammy checks her clipboard, running her pen down the numbered lines until she stops and runs the eraser over to the end.
It's at 2 o'clock. I'll definitely have to check it out before that. Denise is amazing, and you've helped her make so many cakes you should be able to make a living doing it. If I had any artistic talent, I probably could, but I usually just help with the base colors and also with taste testing. I'm good at that.
Kori grins, and I want to smile too. Her life and laughter are just so infectious, and they draw me. They make her straight-laced sister smile as well. Then Tammy taps her clipboard.
I'm looking for volunteers for the adult three-legged race. It's a little more complicated than the children's, and I have all the slots except the last one filled. Would you two be interested?
She looks so endearing, I'm nodding yes before I've even thought about it. I freeze my head in mid-nod. But then I relax. If I'm going to be paired up with Kori, I'm okay with it. I glance over at her, and she's looking at me with her eyebrows raised. I like that. Maybe some other woman would be shaking her head and backpedaling as fast as she could, but not Kori. She's down for something a little unconventional that might possibly be fun.
I'm good if Hoover's in,
She says, not exactly sounding excited, and a touch of worry enters her expression.
It might be a little rough and tumble for you.
I don't think she's kidding. I blink once, but manage to keep my mouth closed since Tammy's still looking at us. I think I can handle it. I say instead, not exactly what I wanted to say, but I've already half agreed at this point, and I don't want to back down. Kori might go looking for a different partner if I did, and I want to keep an eye on her, especially if it'll be getting rough. She's already had her head knocked around once today.
Sounds like we'll do it,
Kori says with a cheerful glance at her sister.
What time does it start? You have 20 minutes, and it starts over at the far end of the parking lot of the fire hall,
Tammy says, carefully writing our names down neatly on the line. She looks back up.
Thank you so much, you two. I really appreciate you guys helping me out. You know me, kind of coming in at the last minute,
Kori says with a shrug. The way she brushes off her reputation as being last minute and irresponsible makes me feel that it's cover, like she doesn't really want to be known for that, but that's how she's been, and she doesn't know how to change it. Or maybe she's tried to change and hasn't been able to. Whatever it is, there's just something a little odd about the flippant way she always responds when someone mentions her characteristics that are less than mature. That's another thing I want to talk to her about, but as Tammy walks away, I say, "Why did you say it might be too rough and tumble for me?" There's no point beating around the bush, and if my question makes her nervous, she doesn't show it. She lifts a shoulder, her eyes casually scanning the crowd in the direction we're walking. Her hand remains on my arm as we start out again.
I don't know. I guess I see you as someone who's stiff and not exactly formal, but controlling maybe.
She tilts her head and one side of her lips pulls back.
I guess I got that impression when we were in the kitchen together. You always had to have everything put away, and you didn't want to deviate from the recipe.
I consider that. She's right. I guess I'm quiet, too, and that gives a certain impression as well. Maybe I don't smile a lot, so I suppose I come off as taciturn and serious, and then add controlling and unimaginative to that, and I can see where Kori might have gotten her impression. Where I come from, we have to put everything away immediately, or as soon as possible, or else critters will get into them. She nods, and we stop while a family with a mom and dad holding hands and each of them holding the hands of one of their children and taking up the entire sidewalk go by. I nod my head at the husband. He nods back, and they continue on.
I understand that. I guess that makes sense. But still, you never smile, and you look like everything is so serious. It's kind of the opposite way I see things, and it's just, I don't know exactly, just makes me feel like I don't do things the right way for you.
I nod, realizing that what she's saying explains a lot. Not that we had any arguments or big fights while we were cooking. We just didn't seem to be pulling in the same direction all the time. I didn't realize you felt that way. I didn't mean to come off like that.
I just felt like I irritated you.
I think people irritate each other all the time, don't they?
That wasn't exactly a, no, Kori, you've never irritated me,
She says with a half smile and a tilted head at me. I almost think she's flirting. I let my lips curve up a little. No, Kori, you don't irritate me. I almost say that I was just trying not to let her see how attracted I was to her, but I don't. She might be flirting, or I might be misreading her cues. I don't want to embarrass myself. But then I think, why not? What's a little embarrassment? Isn't it better for me to be a little embarrassed than for her to go around thinking that I was irritated with her and that we're not compatible? Maybe I was just covering the attraction I felt for you with a serious demeanor and responsibility. I keep my face forward, but glance at her out of my peripheral vision. Her mouth opens, and her eyes widen. That's interesting. She has no idea I'm attracted to her. Well, she didn't. Now she knows.
You're kidding,
She finally says, laughing.
You had me there for a minute.
Nah, I figured I might as well be honest. That's the honest truth. Maybe she's trying to diffuse the situation. Maybe she's trying to give me an easy way out so I don't embarrass myself. I don't know. Because she doesn't say anything, and we walk past at least 3 houses before she speaks.
I had no idea,
She finally says. I got that impression from the surprise on your face.
I'm not sure what to say.
I guess you don't have to say anything. I'm just telling you I wasn't irritated. You didn't upset me. Just because we do things differently, and just because, you're right, I probably could smile more than what I do, but it doesn't mean that I don't like you or that I didn't enjoy working with you, because I did and I do. She nods, and I think she's going to let it go at that. I guess I was hoping for more, but sometimes we don't get what we want. Then she says,
Other than the possums, which in hindsight maybe we should have tried, you didn't irritate me at all, just for the record.
I know I shouldn't, but I notice what she's not saying. She doesn't say anything about attraction. Until she does.
I suppose that's what my issue was, too. There is an attraction there, between us, and I'm not sure what to do about it. We're so different.
I nod, even though I don't completely agree. We're not as different as she thinks. Maybe in personality, but I think we like a lot of the same things. And hey, we are both here in small-town Idaho. That means we have some similar values, at least, in the location of where we want to live. I don't think we're too different to get along, I finally say.
You think?
We're headed to the fire hall, and we're almost there. I figure we're not going to be able to finish this conversation before we have to get ready for the race, whatever that entails. So I say, maybe we can talk about this after we're done with the race. My brothers would find this funny. Typically, I don't feel the need to talk things to death. We say a few words and things are settled. But not necessarily with Kori. I feel like I could have a conversation with her that would last for the rest of my life. Never met a woman that I felt like that with before. That makes Kori special and different in a very good way. The only problem is, I'm not sure she feels the same. Chapter 11. Kori.
Hoover is making me uncomfortable. I already felt like an idiot next to my super suave and sophisticated sister Tammy. She's perfect. Everything she does is exactly right. And there I am, the screw-up of the family. The one who can't keep a job, the one who can't stay in one place, the one who can't keep a relationship for more than a couple months. Even a couple of days seems to stretch my abilities. I feel like a failure. And then Hoover's going on about attraction and all this other stuff when I know I'm leaving, and so is he, and I don't know what to say. Finally, as we step to the area where Trey, my sister Claire's husband, is organizing the adult three-legged race, I decide it doesn't matter. We can enjoy today, and this evening, we'll both go our separate ways. I'm not sure that's exactly what he's thinking, but I can't imagine that he's looking at someone like me and thinking that I'm a good prospect to have a relationship with. Not a relationship that's going to last any length of time. So I go along with the attraction thing, and we walk over to Trey. Hoover never did shrug my hand off his arm, and I guess it shows just how pathetic I am because I'm enjoying walking beside him, and I don't want to pull my hand away.
We're here for the three-legged race,
Hoover says.
You probably don't have our names, though, because Tammy just took them down. Actually, I do.
Trey says.
Tammy texted me and told me that she'd found her last participants.
Hoover and I grin, and I personally think victim is probably a better description of what we are than participant, but I don't say it, and neither does he. I know we'll enjoy ourselves, as long as being embarrassed and laughed at isn't something that bothers us. Hoover looks over Trey's head at the course, and I feel a little shock go through him.
That doesn't look like the typical three-legged race course. Is the actual course somewhere else?
Hoover asks, and there's a note in his tone that says he's not feeling quite as casual as he's trying to sound.
Nope, that's it. Since it's the adult three-legged race, we like to make it a little more challenging.
Trey laughs.
I don't mean me. I was told to make it more challenging. But maybe I should keep those names anonymous.
That's when I see Miss Gertrude and Miss Harriet and Miss Agnes about 50 feet away from us, surrounding the couple and the children that I'd seen earlier. Chastity, I think her name was, and her husband. Miss Harriet is holding one of the toddlers while Miss Agnes and Miss Gertrude are holding a child each as well. Between them, they're pushing the stroller as Chastity and her husband are binding their legs together. Looks like we've got some stiff competition, I say. I figure anyone who can handle that many kids can kill it in the three-legged race.
Nah,
Hoover says.
We can take them.
I don't think he understands how difficult it is to watch children, or he wouldn't be quite as confident as what he is. Not that I've ever had any kids of my own. I just know with Denise having just one, it was hard. My sisters each have kids, In particular, Tammy's boys were a handful. But 6 kids? There's no way.
Here you guys go.
Trey says, handing us the cords.
You guys get these on, and I'll be standing in front of everyone and giving directions in a few minutes.
None of the other competitors look too shabby, and I hardly think we're even going to place. But that's okay. I'm not real competitive. I'm kind of getting the idea that Hoover is, though, because he's got that serious look on his face again as he ties the rope around our ankles. I'm holding the other 2 cords and hand one to him when he reaches for it. He puts it around our knees. I assume the next one goes around our thighs, and I manage to slip the ribbon around and slide it up without touching his leg, which is a silly thing to be careful about since our legs are now tied together.
I'm guessing we have to crawl through that tunnel?
Hoover says low under his breath as I finish knotting the top cord. I think you're right. I have to admit, I've never actually watched the 3-legged race. I've always been pretty fascinated with the chainsaw competitions. Not to mention my mom usually has me doing something, often cooking chicken at the fire hall.
I think we should have practiced.
Hoover says, looking over the competition again. Chastity and her husband seem to be having a really good time. As much laughing as they're doing, you wouldn't think they would be contenders for the blue ribbon, but I've got my suspicions. I think it's more important to have fun. It doesn't matter if we win, does it? I say, my eyes still on the happy couple. I realize right away I should have been more careful about what I say, because Hoover freezes.
What's the point of competing if you're not doing it to win?
I feel a little defensive about this, even though I know that his viewpoint is typical. To have fun? I answer, which is actually a question. He looks at me, kinda shaking his head, and then he grins a little.
I guess this is where you get the idea that I'm straight-laced, because I'm serious about winning, and I hadn't even thought about just having fun.
I tilt my head to one side and lift my brows. I don't think I need to say anything because he's grinning like he's embarrassed, like he's been caught out.
I see,
He says. I think he feels bad, so I put my hand on his arm, which is kind of hard to do since we're so close together, but I don't want him to feel bad. You're right. Most people enter a race in order to win. I guess I just don't like to get so serious because I trail off. I don't want to examine my deeper motives. But I think Hoover already has me figured out.
because you don't want to fail.
Yeah, he hit that nail right on the head. I don't want to admit that, though. I don't want him to know that about me. I don't want to know that about myself. But it's true. I don't want to dig in and try, whether it's with a relationship or whether it's with a job or whether it's where I live, because I don't want to put a lot of effort into it only to come up short. Or maybe I just already know I'm going to fail, so there's no point in trying too hard.
Did I offend you?
He finally says when I haven't said anything. No, I just know you're right. I don't like to talk about it, though, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for agreeing to participate.
Trey says, speaking through a megaphone. There are people lining up on both sides of the course, smiling and happy and eager to be entertained. I want to forget about examining my motives, looking at my deficiencies and seeing my faults. I don't want to fix any of that stuff. I just want to be me and happy about it. But a little voice has been whispering, louder and louder, that maybe it's my fault that I'm alone. Maybe there are some things I need to examine and get right. Once I do that, maybe having a relationship won't be such a pipe dream. Or won't be something that I have to give up on because I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Trey is telling us about the obstacle course, and I try to pay attention. If Hoover wants to try to win, then I need to put my best effort into it. I don't want to let him down. I guess that's part of my problem. I have a huge fear of letting people down, probably because I've done it so much in my life. He explains how we're going to crawl through the tunnel, and there's a small wall that we have to go over. I have an idea about the tunnel, but I have no clue about the wall. There are also a set of cones that we have to weave in and out of, and a log that's set down over a large puddle of water. Somehow we have to go across that, too. Trey finishes explaining all the things that we need to do, and we line up at the starting line. There's going to be a staggered start, and he pulls people from the audience and hands them stopwatches. I'm not sure that's the way other towns run their festivals, and I want to giggle, but it's probably just my nervousness coming out. We're the fourth couple to start, out of 6, and when Trey says go, and it's our turn to take off, we fall down almost immediately. Sorry, I say as we work on getting ourselves back up. I don't think Hoover's hurt, and I'm not either, but I am a little embarrassed. I wasn't expecting to win, but I was expecting to be able to get off the starting line without landing in the dirt.
My fault,
He says.
I should have put my arm around you to begin with.
He slips his arm around me at that point. I don't even really think about it. My arm goes around his waist.
On the count of 3, let's start out with the legs that are together, okay?
He says. Okay, I agree. He counts down and we step out together. This time, we're stabilizing each other, plus we're in step together. We do pretty good until we get to the tunnel. It's not really wide enough for us to go in side by side, and I hadn't been paying attention to how anyone else had done it. I wish I had now. Apparently, Hoover had been watching, or at least figuring it out in his head.
Let's drop together, then I'll roll over on my back and slide backward while you crawl on top of me.
It takes a little bit for me to get that pictured in my brain, and then I shake my head. No, I'll do it backwards. I'm smaller, and it'll be easier for you to crawl over me than the other way around. That endearing grin he has comes out.
I think that will work better, but I didn't want to suggest that you be the one trying to go through on your back.
That little bit of caring, the consideration, warms my heart and is terrible for the attraction that we've admitted to but I know can't go anywhere. I want to like him. I want to like him a lot. I jerk my head in acknowledgement, and we lower ourselves to the ground, working our legs into position and awkwardly fumbling through the tunnel. We get about halfway through before we kind of get into a rhythm where we move together, me sliding at the same time he's pushing our legs forward. We make it out, and it takes a little time for us to get untangled and get back on our feet. The person holding our stopwatch, a tourist I assume since I don't recognize her, is standing beside the exit to the tunnel, and when we get out and stand, she says, 47 seconds. Her voice sounds perky and excited. The first couple just finished, and their time was a little over 5 minutes. Come on, guys, you can do it. She's acting like she's going to get a blue ribbon too if we win. I smile at her because it's nice to have a fan. Hoover counts down and we start out together, staying on our feet and actually moving into time fairly easily. We climb the steps without any problem, and even the wall isn't as hard as I thought. The lady holding our stopwatch is jumping up and down and screaming, and she must have the crowd excited. I'm not sure they can even tell what exactly she's so thrilled about, but all we have to do is go across the mud puddle on the log bridge in a decent amount of time, and I think we're really close to being the fastest time so far. Everything's going well, except the problem is me. I don't know what it is about myself that I can't seem to follow through. When things are going well, it's like I can't stand it, and I have to sabotage it. We are doing just fine, and we should have been able to do the log without any trouble, even though we have to walk sideways across it. Hoover gets on first, and he moves the leg furthest away from me, Then the 2 legs that are together move, and then I slide my next leg, and then he starts again. Slow and steady, and we should have been fine. Except something clenches up inside of me, and I don't even know why, but my hands fist, my brain freezes, my unbound leg goes forward, my other hand slaps at his stomach as I fall backwards. Part of me is trying to keep our bound legs on the log, even as my body falls, and part of me has already given up, acknowledging that I'm just not going to make it, and I end up doing a full body splash into the mud puddle, just a fraction of a second before Hoover splashes in beside me. He tries to scramble up, and true to my self-sabotaging nature, I'm just lying there, feeling like this is exactly the way everything in my life happens. Things are going good until I crash and burn.
Come on, Kori,
He says before he looks at me. Then he asks,
what's the matter? Are you hurt?
That's when I try to scramble up, but our legs twist together and we fall again. In the meantime, the next couple has started on the log, and we have to wait for them to go before we can climb up. If Hoover is irritated at me, I can't tell, but I'm irritated enough at myself. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's not like I do it on purpose exactly. I could just tell that it wasn't going to work, and it's like I quit trying or something. Hoover is still trying to go fast, and our stopwatch lady, who has pretty much gone ballistic since we fell down, is still encouraging us to go as quickly as we can. With the other couple in front of us, I know we're not going to win, but I try to hurry, if only for Hoover's sake. We cross the finish line, and our stopwatch lady screams and hugs us both, even though I think we've come in dead last. She hurries over to give Trey our time, while Hoover works on untying our ropes.
You're right, Kori. That was fun.
I think Hoover's serious. I'm sorry I screwed everything up, I say quietly, not feeling like it was fun at all. His hands are on the ties between us, and he turns his head, looking at me.
You didn't mess anything up, and it doesn't matter. You're right. The idea is to have fun and not be so competitive.
I press my lips together because there's nothing I can say. I didn't fall on purpose, exactly, but I know that it was my fault that we fell, because my insecurity caused it. My default is always to laugh and brush things aside as a joke, but I don't want him thinking it was just a fluke. I need to be honest. I didn't sabotage us on purpose. I would never do that. But I just kind of gave up in my brain. Just a thought that we weren't going to make it, and that's when we fell. It's when I always fall. It's like somehow I'm able to convince myself that I'm not going to succeed, and then my actions become a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's much easier to float along the surface, pretending I don't care, than to try to figure out how to fix it or to let everyone know that I'm serious. Hoover is looking at me, his eyes hooded and slightly narrowed. I'm sure he's trying to figure out exactly what I was saying. Maybe there's a little suspicion there, like he wonders if I'm truly serious about not sabotaging us on purpose.
You just need to decide you're going to do it, then put your whole heart and soul into it, and don't leave any room for doubts.
That's exactly what I need to do. And he says it like it's easy, when I know for a fact and from experience it's not. Not the slightest bit easy. But I nod. I'm not going to argue with him.
And the winners are Jason and Chastity Eason.
Trey's voice comes through the megaphone, tinny and loud. The crowd claps, although I have a glimpse of our stopwatch lady, who looks crestfallen. I love that she was so behind us. Such a cheerleader. The thought that I've let people down again goes through me, and I lift my chin. I'm gonna laugh this off, too. I didn't know that I needed to bring an extra outfit. I say as I clap along with everyone else while the couple with all of the kids gathers them from the ladies who were watching them while they were participating in the race.
Me either, but we'll dry out soon enough. At least it's warm out.
Hoover pulls his shirt away from his stomach and chest, but it's probably his jeans that are the most irritating. That's the way it is for me, anyway. That and the mud. I brush a hand down over my clothes. The mud will dry, but it's going to crack and be disgusting and uncomfortable the rest of the day. He nods, knowing I'm right. Maybe he just doesn't want to leave the festival. I don't really want to either, but I don't want to walk around with mud all over me.
I think I saw a couple of folks who were selling clothes. Maybe we can mosey around and find something that fits,
he suggests, and I give him a look. Or we could just go home and change, I say.
We could,
he says slowly.
I guess I don't want to lose any time with you.
I know his words shouldn't surprise me, but they do, in a good and warm way, the same way they did before. Even though I know being with him is not smart. Just for today. Well, when you put it that way, let's go check out the clothes vendors and see if we can't find something that'll work for the rest of the day. I hold out my hand, which he clasps, and with one last look at the happy, winning couple, we grin at each other, muddy clothes and all, and walk away.
Chapter 12. Hoover. This has been a really fantastic day. Honestly, one of the best days of my life. I know it's because I spent it with Kori. She was right about the three-legged race. When I enter a competition, I'm always about winning. That's why I didn't want to do the shooting competition, because I knew I couldn't beat my brothers and I wasn't the best. The idea of entering just for fun didn't cross my mind. Somehow, Kori made me see that having fun can be part of it, even if I'm still racing to win or shooting to win or throwing knives to win.
You won the knife-throwing competition easily,
Kori says as she fingers the blue ribbon that I received as soon as the competition was over. I shouldn't have entered. I have an advantage over everyone else in it.
It wasn't an unfair advantage. It's just a skill that you have practiced and they haven't. It'd be different if you were using some kind of special knife that is guided by lasers and computers to the target or something.
Kori's free hand is tucked in mine as it has been all day. We walk to the edge of town, past the church and the graveyard. I'm standing with my foot propped up on the graveyard fence, and we're looking out over the groupings of tombstones, some with flowers, some with crosses, and the rolling hills that are backed by the towering mountains of Idaho. I actually like graveyards. I know that makes me odd, but someday I'll be in one. Unless I get cremated and my ashes get thrown somewhere. At that point in my life, I'm thinking I won't care. Regardless, looking over the graveyard reminds me that life is short, and I want to make the most of it that I can. With Kori beside me, I'm also reminded that I want to enjoy it. I think she's good for me. I want more days like today. I just haven't quite figured out how to say that to her yet, and I have to leave, which doesn't exactly make for a very convincing argument. Unless I could convince her to come with me.
I had a really fun time today,
she says, and the deep green of her irises are brought out by the mint green peasant blouse she's wearing. Up until Kori and I bought the clothes to replace our wet, muddy ones, I had no idea what a peasant blouse was, which she made fun of me for, but I have to say I like it. The blouse. The style looks really good on her, and it's perfect for her personality, as is the flowing skirt that she bought to go with it. It's a light brown color, matching my eyes more than hers, which kind of puts both of us together. I couldn't find any jeans that fit, so I'm wearing a pair of brown canvas-type pants and a button-down shirt. They're comfortable, and I'm glad I bought them. I'll definitely be wearing them again. I'm not really thinking about her clothes as I lean against the board fence and study the gravestones. I'm thinking about opportunities and the ones I've missed throughout my life, and the one that's in front of me right now, and the fear that could keep me from reaching out to get what I want, which is more time with Kori. She's been sweet and nice and allowed me to hold her hand all day, but she hasn't said anything about tomorrow, and I get the feeling she doesn't want to think about it. Maybe that's just my fear taking over. A day like today kind of makes me wish every day was Chainsaw Festival Day, I say, glancing over at her. The evening breeze floats gently through her hair, pushing it back away from her face and making her skirt float around her legs, giving her an ethereal, carefree look. I know she's not carefree, and I know she's not willing to allow me to help her with the burden she has to carry. I want to. She shakes her head, a soft smile touching her lips. Her eyes aren't on the gravestones. She almost seems to be avoiding them. I know graveyards make some people nervous and give others the creeps. I think Kori might be in one of those two camps, but it doesn't really matter. Whether she likes graveyards or whether she doesn't affect whether or not I like her.
We'd get tired of it. A festival every day would soon become boring every day.
She lifts her hands in a shrug and kind of turns a little, like everything that's around us now is ordinary, because it's only extraordinary if it doesn't happen very often. You're right. I touch the board fence, careful not to rub my hand over it, not wanting to pick up splinters, but wanting to focus on something other than the elephant that's stomping around my chest. I can do this. Maybe that's why today was so special, because I've never spent the day with a woman like you. I know I need to be brave. I need to turn my head and look at her while I talk to her. But it takes me a second. My eyes hook on my hands before I flex my fingers and force my head to turn. I look at her just as she's swallowing, like she's pushing down a lump, or maybe her own fear, or maybe the uncomfortableness that she feels, because I can tell from the look on her face that she's going to turn me down. I didn't mean to make her uncomfortable, but I did mean to let her know how I feel. If that makes her uncomfortable, I can't help it.
You are different than everyone else I know, too,
she says softly, surprising me. I hope that's different in a good way. I speak lightly, but still feel very serious. I haven't told her everything I want to.
Definitely. A very good way.
A good enough way that you want to spend more time with me? I take a mental breath and I shift, dropping my foot from the fence and turning to face her, leaning my hip against the post. I want to cross my arms over my chest, but I don't. Maybe because I feel like I need to defend myself, or maybe just as a thing to do with my hands. Regardless, I shove one hand in my pocket and lean my arm against the top of the fence. My heart is thumping so hard I can feel it in my toes and every space in between. Maybe I can't stand the silence. It's very unusual for Kori to just stand there. She's so full of life and energy, and she's not afraid. Yeah, I got a little glimpse today of some of those things she struggles with, but we all have those. Still, maybe the seconds just feel like an eternity each, or maybe she's really taken a long time to answer. But I can't keep my mouth closed and wait for her to say something, so I speak. I know you said we are opposites, and that's maybe true on some levels, but we like a lot of the same things. we value a lot of the same things, and the areas that we're opposite in will complement each other. You need someone like me, someone steady, and yeah, maybe I'm a little boring, a little straight-laced, but I think I still have enough excitement to keep you happy. I'm thinking about the knife throwing and the wilderness trips, and yeah, maybe I plot out each risk and take a calculated gamble, thinking about every angle before I actually take it, but there are still risks. She wouldn't be bored. I pause, but she hasn't moved, so I keep going. And your exuberance for life, your energy and your drive and the way you don't let yourself get tied down with one thing but move from thing to thing, it balances my personality perfectly. We'd be so good together. Some part of me knows that if I actually have to talk the girl into liking me, I might as well have given up before I opened my mouth. She either likes me or she doesn't. Making my case might work in a courtroom. It might even work in an argument in a small town or in a big city. But making my case to the woman I like and want to spend more time with, there's no point. I close my mouth, forcing it shut, and wait.
You might be right,
she says. My heart sinks. Not only can I not feel it beating anymore, I'm not even sure it's still in my chest. And the worst thing is, I know that's not the end. There's more, and I'm not going to like it. I don't think about it, but my hand comes out of my pocket and my arms cross over my chest, protecting.
You hit the point square on when you said, I don't stick with things,
she says, and the breeze blows again, only this time she's facing me and it blows her hair across her face. She lifts a hand up to tuck it behind her ear. Her nails are short, her fingers brown. She's not a wilting violet. She's tough and strong and just what I need. If only, when she looked at me, she thought that I was just what she needs.
The longest relationship I've had in my life,
she emphasizes that last phrase,
lasted for 3 months.
She meets me square in the eye, her face more serious than I've ever seen it. I clench my jaw. I want to argue.
That's not a very good track record. It's not something you want to bet on. It's not something you want to waste time on.
You're not a waste of time. I can't keep those words from ripping out of me. Even though I don't say them loudly, they're fierce.
Whatever. That's beside the point. I'm telling you, I know from experience it's not going to work.
You don't know that until you try it.
Trust me, Hoover. I've had enough relationships to know you don't want to put all the work into it. Neither do I, only to have it blow up in our faces. Let's just save ourselves the trouble and aggravation and not mess up what could be a nice friendship.
Friends. My time in the city tells me that's a bad word when you're dealing with a girl that you want to be more than friends with. I don't mind putting the work into it. I want to. My parents don't seem to work at their relationship. They're just happy together. Not that they never disagree, but it feels natural for them to be together. The idea that they wouldn't be, I think, is foreign to everyone, including them.
Maybe I don't. Maybe I've done it before and figured out that it's not worth it.
You said I was different.
And you are.
Then maybe I'm different in this way, too.
I doubt it.
You won't know unless you try. She shakes her head and looks off to the side, like she's tired of arguing with me. Not that I've won.
Fine. Maybe you're right. But it doesn't matter. Because you're leaving, going up to the lodge. And from what I've heard, you'll be busy the rest of the summer. You won't have a single week off.
I can come down every weekend. I have 2 days off a week, and I'll spend every second of those days off in good grief with you. Doesn't she know that? Doesn't she know that she'd be worth whatever sacrifice it would be? I wouldn't even consider it a sacrifice, not if I were spending time with her. She puts a hand up. I snap my mouth closed.
I'm leaving too, remember? I can't stay in one place for very long. I'm always finding something else to do. Nothing has changed. I'm a terrible bet. I'm an even worse girlfriend, and I couldn't be a wife.
Maybe you're so busy telling me what you can't do, you're not able to figure out what you can. Spend some time doing that. I'm frustrated, and the words come out like that. And again, I realize that me trying to talk the woman that I care for into caring for me is pointless. Although, you care for me? I ask, not even able to go for the like word, let alone the love word.
Of course I do.
That calms the elephant in my chest down a little. Makes it feel like it's not quite so tight, so hopeless. If she cares, there's a chance for us. And you're not willing to fight for that? I ask, not knowing what else to say. I understand fighting. I understand struggling and striving and pushing. I don't understand this shrugging your shoulders and giving up and walking away. I don't do that. I don't think Kori does that either. At least, she doesn't want to.
I told you there's no point.
Her mouth flattens, and she turns her body back toward the cemetery, leaning on the fence, like she's shutting me out. I remember about our three-legged race today and how she said it was her fault that we lost because she just gave up. She had that thought in her brain that it wasn't going to work, and it didn't. She's conditioned herself to walk away because she has already convinced herself she's going to fail. This is the same issue we had earlier today with the three-legged race. I say, maybe my words are probing. Maybe they're meant to prick her, but they're soft, gentle, caring. There's compassion in there because I care about this woman. I have since we were together in the lodge this spring. She closes her eyes like she wants me to go away, but she doesn't move. Finally, she opens them and looks out over the graveyard. Dusk has fallen, and the headstones have gotten fuzzy, not quite in stark relief anymore from the green grass behind them. Sounds of the festival are drifting to us from not that far away, although no one has ventured to this end of town. We're alone, but not alone. She doesn't answer me, and so I press harder. You said you care about me. When did that start? I want to make a point. I want to make it so bad, and I pray she answers me honestly.
What do you want me to say, Hoover? What are you trying to prove? You want me to tell you that I cared about you from the first time I saw you? Maybe I liked you since then, but it wasn't until you put the possum carcasses on the butcher block countertop and told me that that was what we were having for supper that I really started to care about you?
I don't smile at that, although I want to. I wasn't trying to win her heart when I threw those possums on the counter. I've been pushing her hard, and she's answered my question the way I wanted her to, so I back off. So the way to a woman's heart is by catching possums?
I don't know. I don't think I have a heart.
Maybe her words are a little dramatic, but I don't think she means them that way. I think she really thinks there is something wrong with her. Maybe you just haven't been with the right man. I say, wondering if I truly am the right man. I don't want to get hurt any more than the next guy does. Do I really mean what I'm saying? Can I stick with her even if she doesn't want to stick with me? I don't need to ask myself that question or wait long for the answer. That's what I do. I stick. I left Idaho for a bit, left the mountains reluctantly, but I was back. I left my family for a while too, but I am back. We're all together. I'm not someone who enjoys roaming around. Maybe that makes it so I can't understand Kori, since she does. Maybe she's right. We never want to think that we might be wrong and someone else, someone who thinks so completely different than we do that we can barely even conceive of their idea or opinion, might be right, and we, sure as we can be that what we know to be true is actually the truth, could be wrong. I step a little closer and put a hand on her shoulder. She doesn't shrug me off, allowing me to gently push her so she's looking at me. You said you cared for me. Maybe you feel a little fondness, too? She lifts a shoulder, but her head nods just a little. She's fond of me. I'll take that. Could we try to build on that? Could we just try? I ask. Her head is shaking before I even get the second question out. Her face closes and becomes blank.
Let's call this what it is. A nice day. I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed being with you, holding your hand, competing with you, just laughing and having a good time. You are a fun man. More fun than I thought. And yeah, you compliment me, and we get along really well together.
She lifts her brows, and maybe it's my imagination that her chin comes out just a little.
Let's leave it at that.
I stare at her because I don't want to leave it at that. She takes a step closer. My breath hitches, and I forget to keep breathing. My heart's back in my chest, and it's beating on my ribs, wanting me to know every second it's there.
Maybe,
she whispers, and I can't take my eyes from her face.
Maybe we can end the perfect day with a goodbye kiss?
I want to. I want to more than I want air. More than I want to keep standing here. More than I want to stay on this side of the fence and not be lying on the other one with a stone to mark my spot. I want it. But I want everything else that goes with it, and I'm not willing to take the crumb that she's offering me. She moves closer, and it takes my body a while to get the message that my brain is sending it. Finally, I step back, enough to put a few inches between us, and I shake my head. No, I don't want just a few seconds in an embrace, a memory that I'll never forget, an action that I might or might not regret. I'm murmuring, my words not wanting to come out, my body still not wanting to obey what I know is right. I want to do what she suggests and just take whatever she'll give me. I want it all, or nothing. I don't know if she can see the longing in my eyes. It's almost full dark, and that's probably a good thing, because I'm sure my facial expression is belying my words. It's not so dark that I can't see the disappointment on her face. Maybe it makes me a terrible person, but that disappointment makes me happy. I feel like she really does like me, or she wouldn't be disappointed that I'm not kissing her. Her hand has come up and settled on my forearm. My hand is still resting on her shoulder.
I can't give that to you. I don't even know how,
she says. We can learn together.
I'll just end up hurting you.
I've never stayed with a woman for more than a few months, I say, grasping at straws. This makes her brows go up.
You're bad at relationships too?
She asks with some incredulity in her voice. I don't know. I've never really tried. That's the honest truth. We didn't have the opportunity when I was growing up, and being in the woods has a tendency to make girlfriends scarce. Not that we have much time for that anyway. That's probably the reason my brothers and I left home. That and money. But there's just something inside of a man that makes him want to pair up with someone. I won't say I didn't look around when I was out, and I won't say I didn't ask more than a few women on a date. None of them looked at me twice. Maybe I was asking the wrong kind of women, but I think it's more likely that I was the wrong kind of man. At least, being with Kori has made me realize that there's a difference between women in general and the woman. The one that was made for you. Or, since I'm not sure I believe in the idea of a soulmate, the one you know for sure you can spend the rest of your life with, never get tired of her, and never want to look at someone else.
Sorry.
She backs away from the fence. I want to grab her and hold on to her. I wasn't successful in getting myself to not try to talk her into taking me. I will, however, be successful in not physically forcing her to stay. I don't want that. She's either going to stay because she wants me, or she's going to walk away. Her choice. I've laid myself out, and she knows what I want. I'm the man, and I feel like it's right for me to take that risk, and first. Now, it's up to her.
I wish I could. I really do. But there's just no way.
She backs away until she's out of arm's reach. Then she turns around and starts striding toward town. She's been clear in what she wants, and I don't follow. Chapter 13. Kori.
I hold the camera in my hand and think about the light. I adjust my position and bring it up to my face. I've taken several classes on photography, not just because they interest me, but also because Miss Agnes has asked me to be the photographer for an item on her bucket list. Apparently, posing for a risqué calendar is something she's always wanted to do. She told me that she didn't trust just anyone to take her picture, though, and so I spent a good bit of the spring working on my photography courses. Not that I need to take perfect pictures, but I wanted to do my best. Plus, it's interesting to me. I was almost finished with my first course when Hoover and I spent the day together at the Chainsaw Festival. I've been cooking at Cherry Tree for the last 2 months, but I needed something more to get my mind off him, so I took another class. It's now August, and I haven't really been successful in thinking about anything other than him, although I'm getting more successful at pretending that I am.
Are you sure that Claire wouldn't let you bring Midget?
Miss Agnes says, setting a small duffel bag in the back of my borrowed SUV. Cherry Tree has several minibuses, but I didn't really want to drive that around where we're going to be. Not that I'm planning on getting stuck or anything, but I wanted the 4-wheel drive because we are going into some of the backcountry of Idaho, looking for really fantastic views and the perfect places to take pictures. We have a week, and who knows what we'll get into. This is my kind of trip. No, Miss Agnes, I'm sorry. Midget is enrolled in doggy obedience classes, and they started last week. Claire didn't want her to miss. Miss Agnes nods, understanding, I guess, although she seems to have an affinity for Midget. Or maybe it's just an affection, since Midget is the big reason her granddaughter Kimber got together with her husband, Bain, who happens to be Hoover's brother. Seems like everything I think brings me back to Hoover. I've never had this kind of trouble getting someone out of my mind before. Hopefully, this trip is just what I need. After it, I'm planning on handing in my 2-week notice and striking out somewhere. I'm not sure where. Normally, I would have had a job picked out months ago, but I just can't seem to find any interest in it. The only thing I can focus on, other than cooking for the folks at Cherry Tree, is my photography classes. Maybe that's why I took another one. Although I do really seem to be good at it. One of the few things that I think might stick with me throughout my life. I seem to have a natural ability to look at light and be able to determine where the best pictures will be taken. Miss Gertrude and Miss Harriet have set their bags in the back, and I give our gear a once-over. I have 3 cots, the ladies insisted, although I don't plan on sleeping out more than a few nights at most. We won't be that far from civilization, and it's better for the ladies to be in a bed. Still, we're looking for the best pictures, and if that takes us too far out to make it back, I want to be prepared. I don't have a schedule set in stone. The ladies insisted they wanted to be free to go where the spirit moved. I'm getting ready to close the back doors when a truck rumbles into the parking lot where we're sitting behind Cherry Tree. It's a large pickup, black, with the windows tinted so I can't see who's driving. I've never seen it around before, and since I've spent the summer here, that means it's not someone from town. Even though Cherry Tree has grown and is at full capacity with a waiting list, it's retained its small-town atmosphere, and everybody knows everybody else and their families. This really is a great place to retire. The ladies don't say anything, although Miss Agnes shifts beside me. Later, I wonder about it, but I barely notice it now. We watch as the truck comes to a stop, and the door opens. I don't know how I recognize him from just his boots, but that's all that has to come out along with his jean-clad leg before I know exactly who's in that truck. Hoover jumps down, grabbing the duffel that must have been sitting on the seat beside him and slamming the door shut. He takes 2 steps before he reaches over the bed of his truck and pulls out a sleeping bag. A sleeping bag. My stomach had been tightening up, twisting like a screw, tighter and tighter, and at the sight of the sleeping bag, it clenches the back of my throat and rams it into my sinuses. An uncomfortable feeling, if you've ever felt it. I swallow, vividly aware of the last time I had spoken to him, and the fact that I had walked away after he practically begged me to try to be with him. He had no idea how badly I wanted to say yes. How could I say yes, though, when I knew that it would hurt him? I would hurt him. I guess up until that point, I'd heard about sacrificial love and people doing hard things because they love someone else. And yeah, I've done things for my family that I consider to be a sacrifice. Maybe I gave up going to a ball game and hung out with my mom at the fire hall. Or said no to a trip with my girlfriends because I would be gone over my sister's birthday. Stuff like that. Stuff that didn't matter. But when I said no to Hoover, it felt like a massive sacrifice, a hurting sacrifice, actual pain, and made me wonder if what I felt for him wasn't stronger than what I'd believed. After all, I was willing to make a huge sacrifice and hurt myself in order to keep from hurting him. He walks across the parking lot that separates us, and I forget to breathe. He looks better to me now than he did earlier in the summer, and my eyes just want to rove over him, taking him in and memorizing every feature. I'm so busy looking at him, staring into the eyes that won't let mine go, that he's almost to us when what I already know sinks in. He's carrying a duffel and a sleeping bag. He's going with us. Okay, maybe my reaction is a little bit weird since I am unable to believe how much I missed him, and I'm thrilled to the very depths of my soul to see him again, and yet the realization that he is going with us makes anger eat into my chest. I whirl on Miss Agnes. Did you invite him to come with us? I don't think there's much anger in my voice, but I definitely sound annoyed.
Didn't I tell you?
Miss Agnes says, deliberately looking past my shoulder at the SUV that's been sitting there unmoving and unchanging for the last 15 minutes. She's trying to play innocent old lady with me, and I guess it's working. How can I get upset with her? No, you didn't tell me. There's maybe a little sarcasm in my voice, although I keep it pitched low, because I don't want Hoover to know how upset I am.
Howdy, ladies.
Hoover says, grinning as he joins our group.
Nice morning to take a drive. I've got some really great places planned for us, and it looks like you guys are ready.
His eyes swing around the trio of ladies before they hook on me.
It was nice of you to carry their stuff out, although I could have done it.
That seems like an odd thing for him to say. I did carry their stuff out, but I'm kind of their tour guide and the photographer, although I guess I'm not their tour guide. I'm just the photographer. I was here and you weren't. It's my turn to look past his shoulder at the blue Idaho sky.
I can take it from here, Kori. You can say goodbye to the ladies and head back inside.
His voice is neutral and, I believe, studiously uninterested. Not that I can blame him. I rejected him pretty hard. It was for his own good, though.
She's going with us.
Miss Agnes says, and I realize I've been so busy thinking about him I hadn't even realized what he said. His reaction to Miss Agnes's words probably equals mine. I fight back the temptation to laugh, because it's really not funny. Or maybe it is. I guess I shouldn't take this so seriously, since I complain about the rest of the world taking life too seriously. And here I am getting upset because Miss Agnes forgot deliberately. I think it was deliberately. She deliberately didn't tell us that we were going together. What I'm not so sure I understand is why.
So you're going along to take pictures?
Hoover asks hesitantly. This sets off some alarm bells in my head. Bells that I am not sure what they mean, just the way he phrased that was odd. I'm taking the pictures, yes. I say, emphasizing the. He catches it.
The pictures?
I nod.
So you're expecting to see specific things, because Miss Agnes just told me that she wanted to see some of the most beautiful places in Idaho. She wasn't specific.
Okay, kids, let's get this show on the road.
Miss Agnes says, putting her hand on Hoover and pushing past me. One moment, please, Miss Agnes. I lick my bottom lip, which is suddenly dry. You think we're just going to see the scenery? Hoover nods. Then he looks around at the ladies.
Is there something else going on?
The day's a wasting. We're not going to get anywhere if we don't get started.
Miss Agnes says, and she gives Miss Harriet a look, who then yanks on Miss Gertrude's arm. Miss Gertrude hasn't really been paying attention, because she has earbuds in both ears and a dreamy look on her face. That's pretty much the way she spent the summer since she discovered audiobooks. Actually, that's not true. She's been like this since she discovered Jay Dice, voice performer extraordinaire, and that's the truth. The ladies walk away, but I don't follow them. I've figured out that Hoover and I have each been told different things, and while they're similar, neither one of us exactly knows what's really going on. I ignore the ladies who've walked away and face the man who has dominated my every thought all summer. I have a camera because Miss Agnes told me that posing for a risqué calendar was on her bucket list, That's what I thought we are doing, and I thought I would be the one doing the driving and finding the places where we would take the pictures. There, that's exactly what I know.
Kids, let's go.
Miss Agnes says, and I hear a door slam. Like if she gets in the car, we can no longer talk to each other or something. I've shocked Hoover. He had no idea about the calendar. I'm sure of it. Just as sure as I am that he had no idea about me going along.
I was told they wanted to see the most beautiful places in Idaho. They did say something about a bucket list, but I didn't really understand that part.
I nod, figuring that Hoover probably isn't the type of person who's spent a lot of time thinking about a bucket list. Maybe this makes a difference to you? I ask. There are a lot of emotions flowing between us. I can feel the current, which wants to suck me in. The way we left things, the way I rejected him, I can see it all in his eyes, and I know he doesn't want to go with me anywhere. Except, I think there's a part of him that does. Or maybe that's just me. I want to run, want to get away, want to forget I ever knew him, except I don't. His eyes swirl with mine, and I feel like he's weighing something in his head. Maybe whether he can stand to be with me for this trip or not. I don't know.
No, it doesn't change anything for me. I do think it's odd that Miss Agnes didn't say exactly what she felt, but I'm not going to question it. I was hired to do a job. I'll do it.
I know I deserve those words, but they still hurt. He's going to do his job, despite me. He doesn't have to say it. I could hear it. And it definitely makes me feel bad. I suppose I could tell him that I regret the decision I made to walk away every day since I did it. And if he stayed in my head this long, maybe he really was the one that could have worked out. I've doubted that, too. Maybe I should tell him that if I could go back and do it over again, I would have made a different decision. But this doesn't seem like the time. And while I still feel that tug of attraction, that admiration of his steady character and determination to do right, I'm pretty sure I killed any feelings he had for me the night of the Chainsaw Festival, when I tossed his declaration back in his face and insisted there would never be anything between us. Why do I have to constantly sabotage my life? Why do I let my doubts be bigger than my faith and walk away from the good things that God has for me? Maybe this is your second chance. Does God give second chances? Hoover has shoved his things into the car, adjusted some stuff so the doors would shut, and slammed them closed. I remember something I meant to tell him that I didn't want the ladies to hear. So once the doors are closed, I say, Miss Agnes has had a couple of falls in the last few weeks. She just drops. She's had a doctor's appointment about it, but I don't know what he said. I do know Doug's involved, and he said that they would be fine coming on this trip. Still, I think we need to watch her. Hoover is straightened, and he turns slowly, his face carefully blank, his chin and jaw set. He jerks his head up.
Got it. I'll make sure I stay close and try to watch her.
I nod. I knew he would. That's one of the things about Hoover. He's a protective person, and he takes care of people like it's natural. I like that. With another jerk of his chin, he turns and walks around the side of the car. I watch him go, considering, before I turn, much more slowly, and walk around my side. This doesn't seem like the right time for an apology, but if this really is a second chance, I need to give him one. And then maybe I have the length of our trip to prove that I can step out in faith and believe that I can change the trajectory of my life and make things turn out differently, which is more than I've ever done. All it takes is faith.
Chapter 14. Hoover. I planned the trip so that the ladies didn't have to spend too many nights camped out. I know they want to, and I know they will enjoy it, but I also know that night after night sleeping in an uncomfortable cot will wear them down. They're sweet and funny and fun, but they're also elderly, and it's my job to protect them. I'll do it. So, that means we spend the first night in a hotel. The 4 ladies share a room, and I have one myself. It isn't a fancy place, but I don't think anyone minds, and I get what I wanted, which is a bed for the ladies. We have a little driving to do the next day before we get to one of the first places I want to show them. This is in a place that isn't on a lot of maps, if any. It's just one that I found while traveling with my family. All the places that I chose for the ladies on this trip are ones that we can get to fairly easily by driving, even if we're driving on some stone roads. Sometimes it's going to take a short walk, as this one does, but it's worth it. The area around has just been clear-cut by the Forest Service and reseeded, but it provides a spectacular view of the Rockies in the background and some rolling foothills in the fore. As we stand on the side of the mountain, the ground is clear and the view unobstructed. It's gorgeous. The ladies will love it. I drive the last few miles, determined to do my job and be unemotional. I've managed to avoid Kori. I know I shouldn't feel anything for her, other than revulsion maybe, after she threw everything that I offered her back in my face and walked away from me. But really, what exactly did I offer? I don't have anything. I don't have any great ambitions ahead of me, and I don't have any great achievements behind me. I don't know what she'd see in me. Still, the rejection stung, and I don't want to go through that again. So I've only said the essentials to her as we drove yesterday and stopped for the night. Today, the ladies chatter amongst themselves, except for Miss Gertrude, who has her earbuds in her ears. From what I understand, she's listened to audiobooks almost non-stop since she discovered them months ago. And the only narrator she listens to is the one she saw at Doug and Lee's wedding. I'm going to park in the parking area, and then we're going to walk a short ways. I think you'll be pretty pleased with the view. The walk isn't hard. I look in the rearview mirror as I turn the motor off, and I smile at the excited faces behind me. I glance over, and Kori is staring straight ahead. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't even want to ask. I get out and open the door for the ladies. It takes them a little while to get out, and I remember what Kori has mentioned to me about Miss Agnes and her falling. I pay special attention to her, keeping my hand on her elbow as she gets out.
Why, Sonny, you're holding on to me like I'm an old lady,
she says with sass in her voice and a tilt to her head that makes her look like a little girl. If she were younger, I'd almost think she was flirting with me. Maybe she is. I feel safe, and I really like her. So I say, maybe I just enjoy touching you. Miss Agnes cackles, and I'm glad I took the chance to tease her a little bit. I made her smile, and that feels good.
If I were 20 years younger, I would snap you up,
she says as she pats my hand. I think I feel her bobble a little bit, and I try to keep the worry and concern off my face. She doesn't need to know that I'm watching her carefully. I think it would insult her, and I don't want to do that. If you were 20 years younger, I'd snap you up, I say, and she cackles again. If I were being honest, I would have said, If I were 20 years older and not already in love with Kori, I would snap you up. But I haven't admitted to anyone, even myself, that I might be in love with Kori. That's definitely a scary thought and one that I don't want to examine any closer. She's already rejected me, and it hurt worse than I expected. I closed the door and continued to keep my hand on Miss Agnes's elbow. I've already scoped out all the places I want to take them, and there's only maybe one that has a little bit of a steep incline that might be challenging for the ladies. But the view is gorgeous, the lake pristine and beautiful, and I don't think they'll want to miss it. Even if I have to walk each one of them down one by one, I think it'll be worth it. I haven't thought too much about the calendar and pictures and exactly what that's going to entail. I've been more focused on making sure I do a good job with what I've been assigned. But I'm reminded of it when Kori adjusts the camera that's around her neck and throws another bag over her shoulder. Not sure exactly what they are doing, but I remembered that the ladies are supposed to be in bikinis? How do I say this? A little bit of light flirting is one thing. Asking a lady about her skimpy attire is a completely different story. But it's Miss Agnes. Plus, as I stumble over my words, Kori looks up at me, and there's laughter in her eyes, like she knows what I'm going to ask and she's just waiting for me to spit it out. I love that look, and I want to smile back. Like we're laughing together, at me being a prude with the ladies. It's true, and I can own it, but even though I'm tempted to, I don't. I look away. Do you ladies need a place to change? I feel pretty good that my words come out with confidence. I have to admit, since I didn't realize this was going to be a calendar shoot, I didn't make sure the places we're going to stop at have changing facilities. I'm racking my brain, trying to think of places that I could take them where they could change first. There aren't too many, not without having to make a pretty long walk, which is part of what I was trying to avoid.
Oh, no,
Miss Agnes says, patting my hand that's still on her forearm.
we're just going to take our clothes off. No need for changing facilities.
My mouth opens. I don't even look at Kori because she's probably outright laughing now. I'm really trying to convince myself that she didn't say what I thought she said. I want to be hearing some in there, like some of their clothes. They're going to take some of their clothes off. Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and help you guys to the spot. Enjoy the view for a minute, then you ladies can do whatever it is that you're going to do. Even as I say that, though, I realize I can't really do that. Kori has said that Miss Agnes needs to be watched, and I can't just walk away from her. Although she'll have the other ladies and Kori with her. If Miss Agnes senses that I'm uncomfortable, she doesn't say anything. I don't look at Kori because she doesn't need to say anything. Her snicker was enough. I want to tell her later that if it were a group of old men that were going to take their clothes off, she would feel exactly the same way I do right now, only worse. Although it's Kori, and who knows, maybe she'd join them. Not in a weird way, just in a Kori's not afraid of anything kind of way. Anything but commitment. We walked through some trees that were left from the clear cutting. After about 50 feet, we break out, and the countryside just opens up in front of us. Big, towering mountains in the distance. No snow on them at this time of year, but white-capped because of the rocks. Pine trees up the sides, and the bright blue sky behind it all, with the rolling foothills in the front. This is the kind of expanse, the kind of awesome beauty that makes me feel like there has to be a God. Miss Harriet is in awe, along with Miss Agnes. Miss Gertrude is so impressed she takes one of the earbuds out of her ears, like it's not enough to see and feel and smell, but she has to hear too. And there are always things to hear. It might sound quiet, but if you listen, there's the rustle of leaves or even the scrape of sticks, a breeze, birds, the flap of wings, the call of a wolf, or the snort or snarl of something else. The wind lifts Kori's hair and blows it back away from her face as she lifts her chin to the view and breathes in. Maybe she's not classically beautiful, but she's beautiful to me. I love her free spirit, her willingness to go anywhere and do anything, her wildness, which is tempered with the care that she takes of the ladies, and her obvious thoughtfulness and compassion. I feel like she's the perfect foil for my steadiness and more serious nature. But I need to find someone else, someone just like her, but who doesn't have the one hang-up that would keep us apart. Her determination that she could never stick to anything, including me. Still, I admire her honesty.
This is perfect. I knew we chose the right man for the job when we got you,
Miss Agnes says, and she gives me a smile that makes me feel like she really means it.
So pretty,
Miss Harriet murmurs.
I didn't realize there were places like this in Idaho. I wish I would have traveled more.
You're traveling now, and that's what counts. If you'd already seen it, you probably wouldn't want to now, and then we wouldn't have you with us,
Miss Agnes says, and her words make sense.
It's beautiful,
Kori says, and there's reverence in her voice. But then she switches to total practicality as she says,
and the sun is at the perfect angle for us to get some really great pictures with that background. If you ladies stand right over here.
She points a little off to the side, and I start to get nervous because Miss Agnes's and Miss Harriet's hands go to the buttons on their blouses. I think Kori takes pity on me because I'm not expecting it when she turns to me and says,
Hoover, would you go and stand guard on the other edge of the woods, please? If anyone pulls in, just shout back and let us know, okay? Make sure you shout loud enough for us to hear, because we'll be focused on our jobs,
Miss Harriet says. I do not smile, even though I want to. Okay, shout loud. Got it. I start to turn.
And stall them until we can get our clothes back on,
Miss Gertrude says, and I think she's the modest one of the bunch. Or maybe she's the one least likely to be arrested for indecent exposure in public. Yell loud, stall them. Got it. I'm tempted to salute, but I don't. As I turn, my eyes catch Kori's, and she's grinning. I feel like we communicate without words and not really saying anything, just both of us thinking that the ladies are sweet and fun, and we're going to have a good time. Then I turn and walk away. I have a job to do. Chapter 15. Kori.
We spend another night in a hotel, and I'm tempted to ask Hoover if we're going to camp out at all, or at least why did we bring all of the equipment if we're going to get hotels every night. I have to say, though, he's done a much better job than I would have. I had an Idaho park guide, and I was just going to take the ladies to all the places on the beaten trail. They would have been crowded, and the ladies would have either been in trouble or, in the case of Miss Gertrude at least, she wouldn't have taken anything but maybe her socks off. As it was, I got some tasteful pictures, tasteful being defined as pictures that would not garner me an R rating on a movie. They don't show anything inappropriate, since I'm able to use the light and reflection to blur out parts. I'm so thankful for the classes I took this summer. The ladies looked beautiful standing on the side of the mountain, framed in the background by the wide expanse behind them. I actually took more pictures of their backs than their fronts, or their sides, as they stared off in the distance, looking wise and regal. Whether they actually make a calendar or whether they don't, I do think the pictures are gorgeous. And while they may not be the most treasured possessions of their children, I think the ladies at least will enjoy looking at them for the rest of their lives.
This will be the hardest place to get to,
Hoover says as he eases the vehicle off the side of the road onto the wide spot and shuts it off. That's the second sentence he said to me today. The first one being, "You ready to go?" That was 3 hours ago. I'd like to say I think he's in a bad mood, but I don't think that's it. He's just uncomfortable with me. I could be wrong, but I think we had a good time yesterday, and that scared him. Because, after all, I'm short-term. He doesn't want to like me too much. Having a conversation with someone, especially a fun one, just deepens your bonds and helps you to form friendships. And with the thread of attraction that runs between us, our friendship could easily be more. I get it. He doesn't want that to happen, so the best thing to do is avoid me or ignore me. That's exciting, Miss Harriet says as she steps out of the car, her orange hair glowing in the midday heat. Idaho doesn't typically have super high temperatures, and especially the area that we're in the mountains. But it is sweltering today, 90 at least, and we all start sweating as soon as we step out of the car. Being that we're all Idaho natives, this type of heat affects us, since it is definitely not something we're used to.
I'll take the lead, and Miss Agnes can walk beside me,
Hoover says, and I appreciate him saying it like that. He took my request seriously, and he's going to make sure that Miss Agnes doesn't fall and gets down safely. You said this is the lake, right? Miss Gertrude asks with just one earbud in.
That's right. You might leave your electronics in the car, in case you want to dip your feet in.
There's definitely some tease in Hoover's voice. Miss Gertrude doesn't go anywhere without her electronics anymore. Dipping my toes in the water isn't going to affect my eardrums, she says with a sniff and a disdainful look. We chuckle, Hoover and I, and then we both cut the sound off abruptly, like we don't want to be laughing together, even over Miss Gertrude. Hoover takes Miss Agnes, who is definitely the least steady on her feet. I notice a big difference between the way she's walking now and even the way she walked 2 days ago. It seems odd. I think again about her doctor's appointment and think that maybe I want to ask her about it. Or not. Sometimes it's just nicer to put the bad news off and not face it right away. Or maybe that's my overactive imagination. It's part of the reason I don't like to stay in places too long. You get attached to people, and then things happen to them, and then it hurts. I suppose the way I've dealt with that, to just not get attached to people and places, doesn't really lend to living a fulfilling life. Hoover takes Miss Agnes's arm and leads her off around a few rocks and down the trail that's barely visible. Their pace is slow, and I like that Hoover doesn't just have his hand on her arm, but has one arm around her waist. Miss Agnes kind of leans into him, and I'm not sure if that's because she has to or because she wants to. Can't say I blame her. I guess I wouldn't mind that. The path is not treacherous, but it's definitely a lot more challenging than the previous day. I'm guessing Hoover knows what he's doing, and it will be worth it. Sweat trickles down my temple, and my clothes are stuck to me as we move a little deeper through the woods, around some boulders and down a rather steep part of the trail. Miss Gertrude, who is probably the most mobile of the three ladies, gets herself down, but Miss Agnes and Miss Harriet both need a lot of help. I feel like I need help, almost, and I wonder if Hoover really knows what he's doing. I'm not sure how we're going to get back up. But then I catch a glimpse of something that shimmers between the leaves, and a whiff of fresh water and sunshine, and I'm pretty sure it will be worth it. A few more steps and the trees part, and a crystal clear lake stretches out in front of us. It's not super huge, but big enough to be clear and sparkling and gorgeous. And maybe we're all just overcome because we stop and just stare at it. After we've looked for a while, Hoover says softly,
I think it might be fed by an underground geyser or something. I'm not sure, but normally the lakes here in the mountains are freezing cold. This one I wouldn't exactly call warm, but it's not as chilly as the others.
That's what I want to do. I want to swim in the lake.
Miss Agnes says, and she takes a step forward, slipping away from Hoover's grasp. Should I take some pictures first? I ask, thinking that once the ladies have gotten wet, we probably won't get any dry pictures.
I think we should forget about the pictures on this one,
Miss Agnes says, and I almost argue with her. This is just as gorgeous as any of yesterday's places, if not more so. But then she continues,
and I want you to swim with us. We'll just enjoy ourselves today.
I think that would be fun. I've never gone skinny dipping,
Miss Harriet says. I think Miss Gertrude gasps, but I see a smile spreading across her face, and she, almost reluctantly, pulls the second earbud out of her ear.
I think that's on my bucket list,
Miss Gertrude says, and I want to shake my head, but I don't because I'm impressed. The ladies are having fun, and that was the whole point of this, I think. Not the calendar, not the bucket list, and not even the views, necessarily. Just enjoying the things that God made for us to enjoy, and doing it with friends and having fun. Not that the ladies are only about fun in their lives, because I think there might be ulterior motives as well. After all, if they were just having fun for themselves and not helping other people along the way, it would just be emptiness. I know Miss Agnes would say that.
Are you going to keep watch or are you going to join us?
Miss Agnes says to Hoover. His skin is dark, but his cheeks heat, and he looks flushed. I want to snort and enjoy his uncomfortableness, because it's so rare, but I don't. I just set my camera bag down, take my camera off from around my neck, arrange my stuff, and slip my shoes off. I've never actually been skinny dipping, and I think today's a good day to start. I can cross that off my bucket list, not that I've ever thought to make one. Maybe I don't know what I would actually put on it. Maybe I wouldn't include the things that are actually important. Maybe I'd put on things I would never do. Or maybe I'd have my list narrowed down to the things that I really, really want to do and actually keep me focused on the things that are important to me. I think if I made a list of the things that were the very most important to me, my list would have people on it more than things. I'm not sure I've lived that way. My eyes drift over to Hoover. I know I haven't lived that way. Miss Agnes has taken several more steps away from him, and she has her hand on a big rock as she removes her shoes. The spot where we've come out isn't steeply sloped to the lake, and the waves lap benignly at the shore. Little pebbles make up the beach, and while if I were going to go skinny dipping, I would choose to do it at night, this feels like such a secluded and safe spot. I decide I'm not going to worry about it.
I'll stand guard,
Hoover says, and I'd forgotten that Miss Agnes had asked him. I guess I just assumed he wouldn't be joining us. Still, it's a few moments before he turns and walks back toward our vehicle. Honestly, as small as the pull-off area is, there's not really room for anyone else to stop while we're parked there. That thought makes me feel even better, and I walk toward Miss Harriet. Here, lean on me so you can get your shoes off.
Thank you, sweetie.
Her eyes shine, and while I'm not completely sold on this idea, I'm glad we're doing it.
I've never done anything like this in my life before. My husband would roll over in his grave if he knew I was going to be naked in public, but I'm so glad I'm getting the opportunity.
Maybe we should stick a toe in and make sure it's really not that cold before we all get over-eager, Miss Gertrude says, eyeing the water with the least amount of confidence of the ladies.
Don't worry about it. Just close your eyes and get in. Think of the stories that you'll have to tell Jay the next time you see him,
Miss Agnes says, referring to the narrator that Miss Gertrude is completely smitten by. Good point, Miss Gertrude says. Do you think he likes ladies that skinny dip? She asks, as though she is really wondering about it.
I don't think it matters. He either needs to like you for who you are or not. You shouldn't change yourself just to appeal to him.
Miss Agnes leans a hip against the rock and unbuttons her blouse.
You know, he might not be the same person in real life that you think he is whenever he's performing those books,
Miss Harriet says, and I think it's rather brave of her to suggest it. Miss Gertrude gets kind of upset if anyone says anything wrong about her favorite narrator, let alone suggests that he might not be perfect.
I know he's a good person,
Miss Gertrude says, very defensively, as I feared she would be.
I didn't say he wasn't a good person. I just said he might not be who you think he is. After all, he's just acting in those books.
Miss Harriet has completely removed all of her clothing, and she starts walking toward the lake.
Do you want me to wait on you guys?
She asks, looking over her shoulder. I want you to stick your toe in and find out whether it's warm or not. I know Miss Agnes doesn't think it should matter, but I don't like to be cold. I think I'm chickening out. The other ladies are almost completely undressed, and I've only taken my shoes off. I'm fingering with the hem of my t-shirt. Miss Agnes looks at me, and her lips go a little flat. Not in disapproval, just in, maybe understanding.
What's the matter, Kori?
Her voice is a little softer than her normal words, like she really cares and thinks that there might be a serious problem.
Have we shocked you?
She smiles a little.
I thought you were the wild and crazy one in your family.
I guess that's my reputation, but I look out at the expanse of the water and think about the opportunity I lost at the beginning of the summer, when Hoover wanted me to take a chance on him and I didn't. It was fear. Maybe I hope my crazy will cover the fact I'm afraid of other things.
I think that's true for everybody. It's not cool to be afraid or acceptable or whatever. To admit that something intimidates us or that we think we're going to get hurt or embarrassed.
Or that we'll fail. I'm not afraid that I'm going to fail at skinny dipping, but fear of failure has kept me from stepping out so many times. I don't want to get crazy committed to something where everybody knows what my plans and dreams and hopes are, then have to go back to everyone after I've tried as hard as I could and didn't succeed. It's embarrassing, and people will make fun of me. Maybe not to my face exactly, but they might say, I told you so, or we knew you couldn't do it, or of course that wasn't a good idea.
That holds a lot of people back,
Miss Agnes says in that tone that holds wisdom and experience, and that I respect.
But I guess when you think about it, or maybe just because of where I am in my life and the things that have happened to me, I know people's opinions don't really matter. And I know failure can teach me a lot of lessons if I'm willing to learn them, instead of burying my head in the sand and not wanting to face what I know I need to, or know I should. The old adage, it's better to try and fail than to never try at all, runs through my head. So many times there is wisdom in those old adages,
if we just pay attention.
I'm not talking about taking foolish risks.
Miss Agnes says, and she smiles a little, like she knows that some of the things she supposedly had on her bucket list were crazy risks.
I'm just talking about being willing to fail. Why not? I think sometimes you have to in order to learn the lessons that you need in order to succeed.
That had nothing to do with skinny dipping and was everything to do with exactly what my life was. A series of failures. Maybe those failures contain the lessons I need in order to turn things around and defeat my fears. Those relationship failures contain the lessons I need in order to succeed with Hoover. It is definitely something worth thinking about.
Are you coming?
Miss Agnes says. I nod. I'm coming. I'm going to do this, which doesn't feel nearly as hard as the other thing I know I need to do, which is apologize to Hoover and ask for another chance.
Chapter 16. Hoover. We're sitting around the campfire, and I'm wishing that Taft were here because he plays the guitar and it just seems like a good night for music. Kori is sitting across the fire from me, and she looks gorgeous. Firelight becomes her. Of course, sunlight does too. Miss Agnes looks content, but I know better. Somewhere in her head, she's hatching up some kind of newfangled plan or scheme. Miss Harriet's nose looks a little pink, and I think she might have gotten too much sun today and maybe didn't reapply her sunscreen like she should have. I've opened my mouth to ask her if anything hurts when Miss Gertrude smacks her phone and then grabs her earbud out of her ear.
What's the matter, honey?
Miss Agnes says to her.
This confounded phone of mine,
She exclaims, smacking her phone several times again.
I just can't get any service on it.
I have plenty of service, Miss Harriet says. I check my phone to be sure, since I haven't been using it. Mine's good,
Me too.
Kori says, her brows crumpled in concern.
What do you want the internet for? It's a beautiful night out. Enjoy the stars and the peace and quiet.
Miss Agnes is sitting in her chair, her head leaning back and looking at the crystal clear night sky.
I want to, but I want to enjoy it while listening to Jay, and I can't get his newest release to download on my phone. Well, listen to one of his other ones. You've listened to them all at least 15 times.
Miss Agnes's lips are pulled back a little, maybe in consternation at the abuse Miss Gertrude's phone is going through.
But those other ones are with that terrible author. What's her name?
She quits hitting her phone long enough to tilt her head and crinkle her face up.
Whatever her name is, I'm sick of her. But Jay has come out with this brand new sci-fi drama with supernatural elements, and I can't wait to hear him in it.
Miss Gertrude says, smacking her phone again.
Sci-fi?
Miss Agnes says,
What do you know about sci-fi? Nothing. That's why I need Jay. But you don't even like sci-fi. I might, if Jay reads it to me.
Do you even know what sci-fi is?
Kori asks with a little bit of disbelief in her voice. Miss Gertrude definitely does not look like a sci-fi fan. But looks can be deceiving, and I'm willing to believe that she loves science fiction if she says so.
Of course I do.
She says, then smacks her phone again.
Then what is it?
Miss Agnes asks, sounding wise. Miss Gertrude shakes her phone, like that'll help anything, and I think she's just stalling for time.
His new book is about the colonization of Jupiter, and the blurb says that the love interest, although there's not much romance in it, I don't think, is named Gertrude. I know he did it on purpose, since my name is Gertrude, and he remembers me from...
She stops abruptly and looks around the fire. Her eyes land on me. Then she turns her head a little and puts her hand in front of her to the side of her mouth, like she's going to exclude me from her next words.
From when I signed my underwear and put them in his pocket.
She whispers loud enough that I don't have any trouble hearing. I think Kori might have snickered. She meets my eyes over the fire, and we share a humorous glance that makes my stomach shift and settle.
Jupiter is a gaseous planet. They can't colonize it.
Miss Harriet says. I'm pretty sure she doesn't read anything but non-fiction.
It has fantasy elements in it. That must be the fantasy. Maybe they pretend that Jupiter is actually a solid planet or something. I don't know, and I don't care. It's Jay. All I want is to hear him reading his new book, which has to be better than the soppy romances I've been listening to.
She throws her hands in the air, and unfortunately, when she does, she throws her phone along with them. It flies up, and I know exactly where it's going to land well before it even completes its arc and starts down the other side. Fire seems to attract objects. It's got some kind of gravitational pull so that anything that gets dropped within a 50-mile radius of the campfire gets sucked into its center. Now, there's the premise for a sci-fi book. Maybe I should send that to the terrible author that Miss Gertrude is so tired of, and she could write a sci-fi with themes of romance around the premise of a planet where the gravitational pull of fire is a deadly force that has to be defeated. It's probably over her head. I look at Kori. I bet she could do it, although she could never sit still long enough to write a book. She's too busy creating chaos and magic in her life to mess with writing about it. Anyway, the phone comes down in the fire, and Miss Gertrude and I both jump out of our chairs along with Kori, all intent on saving her phone. Unfortunately, I did a really good job of brushing the area and removing all sticks and debris that would catch on fire and cause a wildfire to start. It takes us a bit to find something we can stick in the flames and poke with in order to get her phone out. By the time we do, it's ruined. Miss Gertrude reaches down for it, but Kori stops her with a hand on her shoulder.
Don't touch it. It's still smoking, and that plastic might come off and stick to your fingers and cause severe burns. What am I gonna do? All of my J-Dice audios are on that phone. I can't spend the rest of the week here without hearing him.
There might be a store in town. I start knowing that we're probably going to be driving several hours to find a place that actually sells phones and can get her set up.
Town is an hour away.
Miss Agnes reminds me, like I'd forgotten.
That might be just as well,
Miss Harriet says, her gnarled finger gently touching her nose.
I think I got some sunburn today. It hurts. I'm not sure I'll be fit for pictures tomorrow.
She seems distressed at this, and Kori jumps up immediately, walking around the fire and kneeling beside Miss Harriet's chair.
Oh, dear. I didn't notice this earlier, but I think you're right. The glow from the flames is probably making it brighter, but it definitely looks like it's a loud, painful pink. I wouldn't be surprised if it blisters.
She stands and goes to her pack, rummaging around.
It's too late to put suntan lotion on it, but I have some vitamin E cream that might make you feel a little less painful. If this doesn't do the trick, you can take some Tylenol, too.
While you're at it, I seem to have gotten a little touch of burn down here on my nether regions,
Miss Agnes says, lifting her shirt. I turn my eyes away. By nether regions, I think she means stomach, but I'm not taking any chances. I hear rustling and assume Kori is hurrying back over.
Oh, I see. There is a little pink stripe where your shirt must not have quite been touching your bottoms and the sun was hitting it just right. It wouldn't take long for that area to burn at all.
There was a little bit of a smile in her last sentence, and I could picture her gently dabbing cream on Miss Agnes's stomach and trying to soothe her.
This plays right into what I was hoping for,"
Miss Agnes says. I risk a glance in her direction, and thankfully, all of the ladies' parts, nether regions or not, are covered. "And what was that?" I ask. This whole thing has been one shock after another, which I'm pretty sure is what living with Miss Agnes would be like. I never knew her husband, but that man deserves a sainthood.
"I've been watching Kori working her camera and telling everyone where to stand and what angle to show them in the best light. And I've decided that I'm going to put doing a photo shoot on my bucket list. So, since Kori won't need the camera because Miss Harriet isn't going to be photo-worthy tomorrow, and Miss Gertrude needs a phone, I can practice with it. And instead of having us in the calendar, you and Kori can be in the calendar and I will take the pictures."
So my mouth is opening and closing and opening and closing, and I really can't think of anything to say. I've been trying so hard to keep my distance from Kori because I know how she feels about relationships, and I let myself get sucked into her spell once. I'm not making that same mistake again.
Miss Agnes, I think that's an excellent idea. Except Hoover didn't bring any swimming clothes, remember?
Kori says with a gentle smile, although I get the feeling she's grinding her teeth or at the very least panicking. I know she doesn't want to have to spend a couple of days getting her picture taken with me, especially since it would require us to be pretty close. Part of me wants to do it even though I know it's dangerous and unwise. The bigger part of me wants to protect myself from the pain I know is surely coming down that road. I'm not even sure what swimming clothes are, I say, using my background as an excuse. I definitely don't have any.
"Well, I used to tell Kimber that it's never too late to learn."
Miss Agnes gets up out of her chair, holding her phone and typing on it. She presses enter before she starts walking toward me, and her phone is populated with search results by the time she shoves it in front of my face. She has searched the word Speedo. Holy flip. I gasp for air, feeling like my windpipe is being squeezed by someone attempting to do chin-ups on it. I actually do bring my hand up to my shirt collar and pull, attempting to give myself some room to try to suck air in. Wow, I say. Other words have deserted me. I see the pictures, and I can't imagine putting that tiny scrap of material on my body and then standing in front of a camera and allowing people to take pictures of it. Not saying there's anything wrong with men who can do that, but that's not me. Miss Agnes is pointing at the pictures, slowly scrolling through them, and she might be saying something about I can choose my own color and it fits nice and snug but not too tight, and that I don't have to worry if my body is imperfect because they're old ladies and their bodies aren't perfect, and that was the whole point of the calendar. And her words are floating around my ears, pinging off of them and zipping around. Too bad the fire couldn't suck them in, or change them into something I want to hear, like, no one in their right mind would ever make you wear anything that looks like that, and I certainly wouldn't want to take your picture in it. How often do we actually get to hear the words we want to, right? If I did, Kori would have said to me, "Of course I'll give you my phone number, and I'd love to have a serious relationship with you." Instead, I'm still admiring her across the fire as she screws the cap back on the cream she put on Miss Gertrude and rises to her feet, the boundless energy that's always barely contained in her step giving her a youthful and very compelling look.
"Hoover!"
Miss Agnes says, putting a hand on my shoulder. Not exactly a slap, but definitely landing harder than necessary.
"Are you listening to me?"
Yes? No. I clear my throat. You don't want me to wear something like that without anything over top of it, do you? I say, trying to keep my voice from climbing 3 octaves higher than normal.
"You don't have to wear anything at all if you don't want to, although that might make Kori a little uncomfortable. I'm sure she'll have a bikini on."
Miss Agnes taps her chin.
Or maybe not.
So maybe if I were a normal person, this would have changed my mind about what I'm willing to do and where. I don't mind the thought of Kori in a bikini. I actually kind of like it. But without judging the rest of the world, since bikinis are normal beach wear, I just feel like I'd rather, if she's going to have her picture taken, that she be wearing a little bit more. But it doesn't matter, since I don't have any say in that. I look away, staring into the flames. It attracts phones and my gaze when I can tear it away from Kori.
Miss Agnes, I think you've embarrassed Hoover. Quite badly. You need to stop teasing him. If you want him and me to pose with our clothes on, I'm sure we'd be happy to. We're not quite at the age where we want to remove all of our inhibitions and cross that item off our bucket list.
Kori's words are firm and laced with humor, but they brook no argument. Miss Agnes is a force to be reckoned with, but Kori is not backing down, and Miss Agnes nods in agreement. I bite back a smile. I guess we're going to town tomorrow. Chapter 17. Kori.
I thought Hoover and I were going to go to town in the morning, but we're just finishing up our breakfast around the campfire when a car pulls up. We are in a pretty remote spot, and there hasn't been any traffic on the road at all. So for this one to pull off the highway and go back to where our little campsite is definitely attracts attention. I wonder who this could be. I murmured to myself. Oh, that's for me, Miss Gertrude says as she comes out of the tent with a bag in her hand. I knew she'd gotten up and left the campfire, but she looks like she is dressed to leave.
You invited someone to tag along today?
Hoover asks with uncertainty. Nope, I made up my mind. I want Mr. Dice. I'm tired of dreaming about him, so I'm going to camp out at his house. He might not like me right away, but I'll soon worm my way into his heart. I think Mr. Dice is probably a really nice guy, but even really nice guys don't want strangers camped out at their house. I open my mouth to try to figure out how to say that to Miss Gertrude, and I come up empty. So I say something else. What about Miss Agnes and Miss Harriet? Are you just going to leave them? Miss Gertrude stops and turns to me. Are you coming with me? No. So you'll be here. I'm not leaving them alone. You and Hoover can keep them company. She shifts her bag a little and looks down at the ground. Then she says softly, I know he's probably not going to want me, but I'm not getting any younger. My first marriage was terrible. I just want someone who will love me for me. Her lip pulls back and she turns, although she doesn't take a step. Maybe he won't, but I'm never going to know if I don't take a chance. She walks off and opens the back door of the car. By then, Hoover has jumped up and hurried after her, taking her bag from her and talking a minute with the driver, before the driver pops the trunk and he puts it in the back. Just like that, the car backs up and pulls out, and Miss Gertrude is gone. Even Miss Agnes is shaking her head as the dust rolls a little in the early morning light. I'm all about taking risks, she says. At least now in my life I am. But that just seems like a foolish move. She never even talked to him outside of meeting him at Doug and Lee's wedding. You can't just throw all your eggs in one basket. Will I get to the end of my life and still not be able to tell a smart risk from a foolish one? Or maybe there are no smart risks. Maybe it just depends on how badly you want what you're going after. Maybe The people who take risks are the ones who see unexpected opportunities open up in front of them. I can't imagine what unexpected opportunity Miss Gertrude might run into, since I am pretty sure Mr. Dice isn't going to do more than possibly offer her a cup of water and a sandwich. Do you think we should go after her? I ask as Hoover comes back, his hands on his hips and his head down.
She's in possession of all of her faculties. She can do what she wants. We can't stop her.
He lifts his head and looks at Miss Agnes and Miss Harriet.
Does she have any relatives we could call just to let them know where she's at?
She told her family yesterday what she was going to do. I think one of them was flying to the city where Mr. Dice lives to try to head her off. But they know where she's going.
Miss Harriet sounds a little guilty, and I jump her. So you knew she was doing this? Miss Harriet nods.
That's all she's talked about for the last 6 months. I don't think it's going to amount to anything, and I did try to talk her out of it privately, but she has a good point. She won't know until she tries. I don't think it will hurt her. She has the funds for it.
Miss Harriet kicks a toe in the ground before she looks back up.
I gave her my phone.
I know Miss Gertrude isn't hurting for money, and I suppose if driving across the country is something she wants to do, then that is good for her. I know it doesn't sit well with Hoover. I can see his mind churning and the tension in his shoulders. The other ladies are pretty subdued, but short of going after her and forcing her to come back, there's really nothing we can do. I get my phone out and I text her, letting her know that I'll come get her anywhere. All she has to do is let me know. She replies immediately that she'll let me know if she needs anything. Then we'll need to get you one, I say to Miss Harriet. We were already planning on going into town to get a phone. It will just be for Miss Harriet rather than Miss Gertrude. I think that's about the limit of what I can do.
What do you say about me going up there on that rock?
Miss Agnes asks, nodding to a rock that's just starting to be covered in the early morning rays of the sun. Perfect lighting for a cloudy and a little mysterious picture. I think we can really make that work. Is that right above the highway? I ask, concerned because I think the road twists around and goes right underneath that outcropping. Anyone on the road could look up and see an old lady standing on a rock at the top of the hill.
It is, but I won't be there long. Plus, that was the first car we saw all day.
I have to give her that. She's right. Okay, let's hurry. The sun's going to be at the perfect angle in just a few minutes. I grab my camera and my case, and Miss Agnes and I start walking toward the rock. Hoover follows us with Miss Harriet, although they haven't said anything. I'm glad he does, because Miss Agnes needs a little help getting up to the rock. It's flat on top, about the size of a small room, and the sunbeams hit the dust that's been stirred up in the air just right, making for a fuzzy picture. Miss Agnes has removed her clothes as I've walked over to a smaller rock and climbed up. Mine isn't flat on the top, but I have a good angle. Because of the dust in the air and the fuzzy morning light, the lower part of Miss Agnes's body will be blurry. Turn just a little to the right, I say, and she complies without saying anything. Her back is to the edge of the hill and the road, and her front is pointing at the sun. I'm a little at an angle from her, and I need her to move just slightly so I don't catch anything that would be considered vulgar. So far, with all the pictures I've taken, I've managed to keep them clean. Not art that some people would appreciate, but not exposing the ladies in any way. I actually think Miss Agnes is enjoying this, the photo shoot in general at least, and this shoot in particular. Right now, with her face pointing into the sunrise, and the sunbeams illuminating her all around, and the wind picking her hair up and blowing it back just a little. With the lift of her head and the set of her shoulders, she looks almost like a mythical woman from another age. Strong and confident, wise and weathered. These are the best pictures I've taken yet. My fingers are trembling as I'm pushing the button on my camera. I let my camera drop to my side, and I just look at Miss Agnes. That's a picture of the woman that I want to be someday. Someone who's unafraid, someone who always has her eye on other people, doing what she can to help, even if it is in unconventional ways. Someone her friends can depend on. Someone who's kind and thoughtful and loyal. Suddenly, I have a feeling, and my eyes shift. Hoover isn't looking at Miss Agnes. He's standing beside Miss Harriet, who has her eyes glued on her friend, but Hoover is looking at me. He's at the base of the rock, probably waiting to help Miss Agnes down, and there's a good 20 feet between us. As I look down on him, and he looks up at me, I feel like something shifts, and I know I need to do what I decided I was going to do yesterday. I'll do it today while we're in town, maybe on the ride in. I want to get it over with. Or not necessarily over with, just now that I've decided, I don't want to dither. I love how he's handled the ladies, taking care of them and being patient. It's not something that just anyone would do. And the thoughtful places that he's taken us have been perfect for what the ladies want, and yet not so far out they couldn't handle it. A shiver goes up my neck, and I bite my lip. I want to walk toward him, down off my rock, and stop in front of him. But nothing has changed, not until I apologize. I don't even know what he wants. It might not be me anymore. And if not, I deserve it. A car honks, and I jerk my head around. Someone's driving on the highway with their hand out the window, waving. All they can see is the backside of Miss Agnes, and that's probably in shadow since she's facing the sun. But still. Figures that the second car we see all day would come in the 10 minutes Miss Agnes is on the rock. Life. Sometimes I just don't understand it. I'm going to change the direction of mine today. Somehow.
Chapter 18. Hoover. I helped Miss Agnes into the car. I know it's selfish of me, but I am wishing she and Miss Harriet would stay while Kori and I go into town. I have some things I'd like to say to Kori. I'd prefer not to have an audience while I say them. But that thought gets pushed to the side as I realize that Miss Agnes's balance is much worse. She leans on me far more than she did even several days ago, and warning bells are going off in my head. I heard you just went to the doctor, I say as I open the back passenger door of our SUV. She gets a benevolent smile on her face, and, honest to goodness, she pats my cheek. When is the last time someone patted my cheek?
I sure did, Sonny. And I'm not running away with him, so you can just get that thought out of your head. He was only 70 and way too young for me.
I think Miss Agnes winks at me before she looks away and ducks into the SUV, my hand still on her elbow. How can I not laugh? Still, as I wait for her orthopedic shoe to disappear inside the vehicle before I slam the door, I notice that she really didn't answer my question, or address that at all, since my statement really wasn't a question. When I figure that out, the thought that was just a little nagging in my head becomes a serious concern. I think there's something wrong with Miss Agnes. I think it's serious. I'm sure my concern shows on my face as I look over the roof of the SUV and see Kori staring at me. I add this to the things I want to talk to her about. As our eyes meet, I see the same thing on her face, and I feel like we're saying something without saying anything at all. I don't have too many people I've talked to like that, without words. I don't know how or why Kori is one of them, but she is. She blinks but doesn't look away, and I'm reminded of just a few moments ago when she was standing with her camera on the rocks taking the ladies' pictures. The ladies looked good, I admit, but once I saw Kori, I couldn't take my eyes off of her. And yeah, she looked unworldly in the early morning light with the breeze blowing her hair back and her face serious behind her camera, but as I stood watching her, I thought about the classes she took in order to become a good photographer and the time that she has spent making these ladies' last wishes come true. Her patience with them and her determination to get the very best pictures, not for herself, since no one's ever actually going to see this calendar. She's not making a name for herself or impressing anyone, but she's doing it for the ladies. I love what that says about her person and her character. Of course, she's also been funny and sweet and willing to try new things. She's had a great attitude and she's just fun to be around. I know she's afraid that she will never be able to stick with someone, but she doesn't see herself the way I do, and I know she can do it, if she'll just get over her fear. I'm guessing the look on my face has changed, because her eyes flicker and her body shifts like she's suddenly uncomfortable, before she turns away completely, looking down and opening her door. Miss Harriet has gotten in on the other side, and I purse my lips before I wonder if maybe I should just let everything go. Miss Agnes, I like her, care for her greatly, but her health isn't my concern. Miss Gertrude, I feel the same about her, but again, she's not my deal. Same for Kori. I've already tried with her. I've already been rejected. You'd think a man would learn and go on to find someone else instead of looking at her and seeing all she is and everything we could be together and wanting that. Yeah, I still want that. I get in the car without saying anything, starting it and pulling out slowly onto the road. It's a good 2 hours to the nearest town, and I have a feeling it's going to be a long ride with me sitting on one side not saying anything, and Kori sitting on the other, pretending I'm not here.
What's the name of the town we're going to?
Miss Agnes pipes up from the back seat. I say the name without really thinking about it, since it doesn't really matter. Just happens to be the closest one that has a store where Miss Harriet can get a phone.
Thanks, sonny,
Miss Agnes says. She sounds a little distracted.
What are you doing?
Miss Harriet asks. I'm tempted to turn around and look, but I don't want whatever I see to take my attention from driving. I do slide my eyes across the console to Kori, who is looking behind us. She has a little grin on her face, though, so I don't worry. She must feel my eyes on her, because her gaze shifts and our eyes meet. I don't even think about it. My lips turn up to match hers.
I'm using Google. Haven't you ever heard of it?
Miss Agnes asks. My face turns back to the road, but my grin has just gotten a lot bigger. Miss Agnes sure is something. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the way Kori will be when she is that age. That makes my smile bigger before it fades. I guess I won't be around to see. Can't spend my life mooning over a girl who doesn't want me.
I can see you're Googling something,
Miss Harriet says with a little bit of exasperation in her tone.
I want to know what, and what for.
Now that you've asked, I'm Googling pedicures, because I'm going to get one when we get to town, and you're going with me.
The ladies start chattering in the back, with Miss Harriet saying she doesn't need a pedicure, and Miss Agnes insisting she gets one. I'm grinning to myself because I've been around Miss Agnes long enough that I know this is just a ploy. She wants to give Kori and me time together. This is confirmed, in my opinion, when I hear Kori say,
I'll go with you ladies. I wasn't expecting to pamper myself, but I'm totally okay with it.
Miss Agnes says,
Oh, no. I don't trust Hoover to go and get the proper phone for Miss Harriet. You definitely need to be there with him and make sure he gets the right thing.
They argue back and forth, with Kori insisting that she can do both, and Miss Agnes insisting that she can't. I almost snort out loud when Miss Agnes says,
No, we can't stay in town that long. I need to get back because I have to be in bed by 7. Haven't you ever heard of beauty sleep?
The entire time that we've been together, I've never seen Miss Agnes in bed by 7. I think Kori's thinking the same thing because she says,
When did that start?
She sounds suspicious. I don't care. Maybe Miss Agnes isn't being especially sneaky or underhanded, but it doesn't matter to me if it's going to get Kori and I together. Miss Agnes can do whatever works. Since she's helping me, I want to help her. I think you walked away from the campfire last night when Miss Agnes was talking about her new beauty regimen. She found that on Google too. I add, just for good measure. Miss Agnes doesn't say anything, which encourages me. I feel like we're conspiring together.
Beauty regimen?
Kori says, not sounding like she believes it for a minute.
Sure, honey. When you get to be my age, you need to step up the efforts. How am I ever going to land my 4th husband if I don't take care of myself?
I don't think you're going to land a 4th husband before you land a 2nd or 3rd one.
Kori says, not a little dryly.
The number isn't important.
Miss Agnes begins, and I think she's going to say more before Kori speaks.
Plus, aren't you always saying that it doesn't matter what you look like? That I don't want some dude to come after me just because of the way I look?
She has you there,
Miss Harriet says, and I can see her nodding sagely from the corner of my eye.
You do always say that. In fact, that's one of your most favorite sayings.
I wouldn't go that far. It's not my favorite.
Miss Agnes says, and I think she's deflecting. It's kind of crazy how they can spend so much time talking about something so insignificant, but I'm just so happy Miss Agnes is on my side with Kori that I don't care. It's also pretty entertaining, and it makes a 2-hour drive go fast. I drop the ladies off for their pedicures, and as I'm walking Miss Agnes in, I seriously consider asking her if she wants me to get her a walker. I'm not even sure I want to leave her in the store. I meet Miss Harriet's eyes over the top of Miss Agnes's head, and I can tell she feels the same way I do. We share a look, and she comes over and takes Miss Agnes's other hand, as a lady greets them. I leave, even though I don't want to. I step out of the shop, and Kori's waiting on the sidewalk. She had held the door for us, but didn't follow me in.
I'm worried about Miss Agnes,
she says, and I glance over my shoulder because the door hadn't even gotten completely closed before she'd spoken. Something tells me Miss Agnes wouldn't be very happy to know that we were worried about her. I'm relieved to see through the glass that Miss Agnes hasn't turned. She didn't hear. I nod, taking Kori's elbow and stepping off down the sidewalk. I want to move away from the door because I don't want Miss Agnes to have suspicions that we're talking about her. I'm guessing it won't go well.
You're right. She's always thinking about others, but she doesn't want anyone to do anything for her. That's part of what has me concerned,
Kori says, and I nod. The phone store's on the other end of town, and we walk slowly toward it. But her balance. We laugh, having said that together, but neither of us really has a lot of humor in our laughter.
She's so full of life, always looking after everyone, always trying to see what she can do to help.
And a little crazy, too, I say. I have to admit, I like her crazy. She's not so out of balance that she's too much, but she has just the right amount to keep a person on their toes. My eyes slide over to the woman walking beside me. Just like Kori. Kori huffs a laugh.
That too.
Don't disregard it. It's one of her best characteristics.
Maybe to you,
she says, and she's smiling. I asked her about her doctor's appointment before we got in the car, and she put me off.
I heard that, which made the concern I'd already been feeling so much worse.
Me too. I suppose maybe we're both thinking the same thing, so I spit it out there. It's happening so quickly. I feel like she started this trip just a few days ago with almost perfect balance, and now she can't walk without help. It feels like a brain tumor. I don't mean to sound ominous, but I do.
That was my thought as well.
She sighs.
When you said that about the doctor's appointment, I was hanging on her words, hoping she would say they found something else. But when she put you off, it made everything I'd been thinking even worse.
A thought comes to me, and I say it as we stop in front of the store. You know, I'm sure she didn't say anything because she doesn't want us to be upset. But I'm also thinking she's the kind of person who wants to celebrate life, live it to the fullest while she has it, and not be afraid to face death. I said death, and maybe I shouldn't have. People don't like to think about it, and they definitely don't like to say the word. That's something I've learned since I've been out in society. Kori crosses her arms over her chest and stares at my hand on the door handle.
I know, and that should make me feel good. It does in a way, I guess. But the idea of losing her is just so hard.
When she told me she wasn't interested in a relationship with me, she said she doesn't like to get attached to things or people because you lose them and it hurts. Sometimes I wonder if different people maybe feel things more deeply than others. I think Kori is one of those people who feel everything with their whole soul. Maybe there's a reason for her fear. I wish there was a way for her to get over it as well. It doesn't take us long at all in the phone store. We get what we need without too much trouble, which is new in my experience, but the folks don't seem to have too many customers, and they're pretty happy, eager even, to do what we need. That's fantastic, except now I have an hour and a half to spend with Kori and nothing to do. Well, there's the things I wanted to talk to her about, and I guess maybe it really is fantastic, since now is the perfect time.
Chapter 19. Kori.
I wasn't sure that I was even going to go today. I didn't want to get stuck with Hoover any more than what I already have. Being around him, seeing how good he is with the old ladies, how considerate, and how he does the little details like offering his arm to Miss Agnes. Even him noticing that she needs it, picking places that work for them, that are easy to get to but that are so amazingly beautiful that they take my breath away. Men like Hoover aren't easy to find. And I had a chance with him. A chance I probably would have sabotaged like I sabotaged everything else, but still a chance that I threw away. Being around him makes me realize how wonderful he is, and makes me feel things for him that are going to cause me to hurt. A lot. When our trip is over. I'm not good with pain. Miss Agnes and her issues aren't making it any easier, because not only am I going to have to walk away from Hoover, who I'm falling for, but now I'm worried about losing Miss Agnes, too. A strong feeling like I should have moved to the Alps or Siberia this past spring sweeps over me, and it's all I can do to not turn my back and walk away, going somewhere, anywhere, rather than face everything here. We've already figured out I'm not good at facing things.
Kori, I wanted to talk to you, and now seems like a good time.
The tone in Hoover's voice gives me shivers as we stand on the sidewalk, having stopped after we walked out of the store for some reason. I'm terrible at facing things, and I don't want to face this. Although, honestly, I'm not sure exactly what he would want to talk to me about. I'm positive he's not interested in another rejection. That ship sailed. And then I remember my decision from yesterday. Today was supposed to be the first day of my new life. And here I am contemplating running away again. I wanted to talk to you too, I say before I can chicken out. His face twitches, but there's no smile. I'm not sure whether the twitch was a good thing or a bad thing. I'm afraid to ask. The buildings end just up the sidewalk, and there's a small playground with a few benches scattered around. We begin walking toward the nearest bench. I guess he took my arm and kind of steered me there, although I don't really notice because I'm chewing on my lip and trying to figure out what I want to say. I had decided I wasn't going to be afraid anymore, living my life and making decisions based on fear, but that's so much easier to decide to do when the person that I don't want to be afraid of is not actually standing in front of me, and it's time to be brave. We reach the bench, and I sit down. Maybe he's nervous too, because he doesn't, putting his foot up on the bench and leaning on his knee. He looks tough and manly, and I don't want to pull my eyes away. I stare at his knee, so much bigger than mine. So much different than mine. I guess that's why the Lord made us the way He did. Why a woman needs a man and a man needs a woman. Because we're different. Not just physically, but because we bring different things to a relationship. Because our strengths bolster each other's weaknesses, and we're designed to be compatible, to complement each other. The thought strikes me that maybe Hoover has enough bravery to cover my fear. But I don't want my fear covered. I want it faced. I want it conquered. And the only person who can do that is me. I'm sorry, I say. I can't get any more words out immediately, and I feel him shift beside me, his head tilting.
You going to explain to me what that apology is for?
He asks, a bit of caution in his tone, like he's truly afraid that I might have done something terrible, and I'm apologizing for it before I've even told him what it is. I walked away from you this spring, and I wasn't very considerate about it. I was only thinking of myself. And it strikes me just then how selfish I really am, how much I look at myself and make decisions based on what I want. Which isn't exactly uncommon in the world today, but it's not right. No matter how many times people tell me that I have to put myself first, it's wrong, even if it feels right. I was selfish and scared, and I hurt you, and I've regretted that every day since. I just wanted you to know how much, and that I'm sorry. My words are heartfelt and sincere, and I mean them as much as I've ever meant anything in my life before. He doesn't say anything, and when I feel like I can't stare at his knee any longer, my eyes shift to his chest, running up to his neck, stopping there. I'm brave, but I'm not brave enough to look in his eyes and see what his reaction is to my words. I clasp my hands tight in my lap and keep fighting the urge to run away. That's what I've been doing all my life, running away. When things get uncomfortable or hard, or when I start to care too much about the people around me, I run away. When things get emotional and I show more of myself than I'm comfortable with, like now, I run away. His throat works. I don't know whether this swallowing is a good thing or bad. Finally, he asks a simple question.
Do you really mean that?
I nod. I suppose it is kind of unbelievable that I've been harboring this apology in my chest for so long and I'm just now letting it out. I should have apologized long before this. I know. I'm sorry. There's my second apology, apologizing for not apologizing. I'm not sure if I have a third one in me.
Do you feel the same way now as you did then?
He asks, and the caution is still in his voice, like I've heard him once, quite badly, and he's treading carefully, realizing that the bottom may drop out from under him again. Feel the same? I ask. I thought I just explained to him that I don't feel the same, that I feel like I need to stand and face things rather than run away. I didn't say that in words so much, but that's what the apology means. How do I explain that?
About me. Do you still feel the same about me now as you did then?
He says, clarifying, but his words are still slow, cautious. He wants to know if I still like him to the point where I want to have a relationship with him. I can hardly believe it. Maybe he's just curious. Maybe he just wants to know if I've been pining after him all this time. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with the way he feels about me. This requires more bravery. I nod my head, then force myself to speak. I do. He's quiet for a bit, then he shifts, and his foot drops off the bench, and he sits down beside me.
I wanted to talk to you about Miss Agnes.
My chest freezes in a painful and aching way. That wasn't what I was expecting him to say. I'm not sure exactly what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. I want to talk about us and get that settled. Maybe hear him say that he feels the same, and we could pick up where we left off. But he doesn't. Okay, I say, and the word feels like it's pulled out of my chest.
We said brain tumor, and that's a scary word. Maybe we're jumping to conclusions, but she's not well, and that's obvious.
I nod, knowing he is right, and trying not to be selfish. I wanted to talk about myself, but I need to put Miss Agnes first.
I know she's been planning this trip for a while, but just because of the way it started, with me not knowing you were going to be here and you not knowing I was going to be going, and Miss Agnes not wanting to talk about it, and her not feeling well and still doing it.
His voice trails off, and I have to admit he's got good points. She really did seem to be angling for things, and it almost looked like...
I think she was trying to get you and me together,
Hoover finally says, and I realize that maybe he really is talking about us, but just doing it from an angle I wasn't expecting. I can see that you might be right about that, I say. My words are soft.
And I'm not sure exactly what's wrong with her, but I think that if you and I were to be together, Miss Agnes may be convinced to go home early and maybe get things taken care of.
Where his words had been slow before, these last ones seemed to come out in a rush, like he was uncertain about how I would feel about his suggestion. So, you're suggesting that we should be together because it will help Miss Agnes? Disappointment tightens my chest, and I try not to let it show on my face.
No,
He says, drawing the word out slowly like he hadn't realized how that sounded until I said it back to him. Hope pushed at disappointment, fighting. I want to hope.
I thought we just said that both of us still felt the same way as we did in the spring.
He finally says. I guess it's what we said. I agree. But then he started talking about Miss Agnes, then about being together for her. And maybe I'm just emotional when it comes to Hoover, or maybe all this facing my fears and being brave has made me slightly crazy.
Then I thought we had that settled,
he says, and my eyes jerk up to him. Had what settled? I didn't think we had anything settled.
I can see you're surprised at that. Obviously, I think I might have mentioned I don't have a lot of practice with this relationship stuff, so obviously I've missed some things.
My eyes fly to his. He doesn't really need to say anything, although I want him to. He's looking at me like I'm holding his heart. It's an unguarded, completely real look. It makes my heart do somersaults. Maybe I do feel like we need to talk about that a little more, just so you know how I feel, and I guess I'd like to hear it from you, so I'm not making assumptions about how you feel either. I murmur, just wanting him to keep talking to me. I don't even care about what.
I told you I felt the same way as I did this spring. I want to be with you. I want to make it work. And I don't want to mess around. This isn't something I'm doing on the side just to have a girl. I want you. I want you to be mine. Forever.
That word forever scares me. I'm just being honest.
Maybe it scares me a little too, but I don't think about it as an unknown amount of time. I'll have to think about it like my next breath, and the one after that, and the one after that. I want you with me for each of them.
Oh, my goodness. Hoover doesn't seem like the romantic type, but that pretty much took my breath away. And he's right. But I might not feel like this forever, I say, and as romantic as he's been, I try to keep the panic out of my voice. I could leave him just like I've left everyone else.
Are we always going to make decisions based on our feelings?
His eyes stare into mine.
Is that how we operate?
I want to say, of course, but that's not true.
You can't tell me that you didn't have better things to do than to come on a photography trip with a bunch of old ladies. You had other things you actually want to do.
I nod. He's right. All summer I kept telling myself that I could do what I wanted to after this was over.
I see. You agree.
You're right. I did what I knew I should do rather than what I wanted to.
That's all being in a relationship is. You do what you know you should, even if it's not what you want at the time. Every time you make a decision like that, it becomes easier.
I know he's right. I could even use just now as an example. I wanted to run, but I made myself stay. You make it sound easy. Just decide to do what's right and do it. I say, because I know it's not that easy.
It's that easy. That's what you do.
He says, emphatically almost. Then he pauses and adds,
Maybe I should say that it's that simple, because it's not easy. You're right, because sometimes what we feel and what we know to be right are two completely different things, and we have to do the one that's right, no matter how we feel.
I shake my head, then I laugh. I think we're beginning a relationship, and I have to laugh. I can almost guarantee that no other relationship in the history of the world has begun like this, with us talking about how we're going to force ourselves to do what's right and not do what we feel in order to have a good relationship. His lips curve up, and there's humor in his eyes, but he doesn't laugh.
It's why you walked away from me this spring, and it's why I'm willing to take a chance on you now, and I hope it's how you know you can take a chance on me. Because there won't be any hurt in this relationship. Having it last will be a sure thing if we decide that it is.
There is no smile on his face now. He's dead serious.
Does that make sense to you?
I nod because he's right. Having a relationship, keeping it, not walking away from it, is a simple matter of choice. The only problem is, when there are two people, both of them have to make that choice. If one of us decides we're going to walk away, that we want someone else, that we want something else, it's going to be painful for the person left standing. That's what he's saying. I have to make the choice, and I have to stick with it. I know I can count on you. The problem is, I'm afraid of myself.
I'll help you.
His hand comes across, and it covers mine, which is sitting on my leg. It's warm and rough and strong, and I want to turn my hand and thread my fingers through his. I can't believe he's willing to be so patient with me. You know, you're the one taking the chance, I say.
I feel like it's a good chance. The payoff is fantastic.
I laugh and look away. He makes me want to believe what he's saying. I feel like I can. His other hand comes up, and he tilts my chin toward him.
I said I would help you.
He says softer, but with a firmness behind his words that I admire and that reassures me. How? I asked. How can you help me make the right decisions? Make me do what's right instead of what I feel?
It has to be easier if you're with someone who's putting just as much effort into the relationship as you are. More.
I look at my lap. I don't know how he figured that out, but it's true. I always felt like I was making all the effort, and it scared me. Suddenly, I see something clearly. I think just you being you, a man of character, someone I can depend on, someone who cares about me and makes a deliberate decision every day to do the right thing, I think that, more than anything else, will help me do the right thing too, especially if I've committed to it. His grin is huge, and there's definitely humor on his face and in his words as he says,
Have we talked about it enough?
What if I say no?
I will keep talking about it until you say yes.
I know he's serious. There's never been a time he hasn't meant what he said, and I appreciate that. It's enough for now. I might need reminded later, though. Is that okay? I say, confident that I know I can make the right decisions. A little frustrated that I never thought of that myself. It's just a matter of deciding to do the right thing and doing it, no matter how I feel. No matter how it hurts. That makes me think of Miss Agnes. Do you think Miss Agnes will get suspicious if we walk back and pick them up holding hands? I asked, concerned about Miss Agnes, but also thinking that holding Hoover's hand was pretty much the highlight of my spring. I guess that says a little bit about the way my spring was, but it also says a lot about Hoover and just how powerful my feelings are for him.
I don't think it matters. She might be able to tell if we were faking it, but that's not going to be a problem with me.
Me either.
Plus, we've had our suspicions about some of the things she suggested, and we didn't say anything. I bet she won't either.
Maybe we can give her one day taking pictures herself? He nods.
I'd like to. Thank you for suggesting it. If this is serious, she might never get this opportunity again.
I agree,
We might as well go back and find out.
he says, straightening from the bench and holding his hand out for me. I take it, sliding my hand into his and thinking that maybe all my fears were for naught. I certainly don't feel like running. Truth be told, I feel like being closer.
Chapter 20. Hoover. We're taking early morning pictures again. Miss Agnes agreed, after I and Kori and Ma linked hands, to head back home after getting some pictures this morning. Her agreement actually scared me a little, because I thought she gave in a little easier than what she normally might, which made me more convinced she's really not feeling well. Maybe she's worried too. Regardless, we're on the rocks as the sun comes up. Kori is wearing a dress that billows around her. It's white in contrast with her tan skin, her beautiful glowing eyes, and the hair that lifts gently off her shoulders. I didn't really bring any clothes to be photographed in, so I'm wearing jeans and boots and a button-down. I don't know whether the camera will catch my expression or not, but it's really hard for me to look at Kori with anything other than absolute admiration in my gaze. I admire her for taking a chance on us, although I warn myself not to hold so tightly that I scare her. I don't want to, but I do want to hold on tight.
You know, I never did find another job to do after this one. This is the longest I've stayed in any one place that I can remember since I graduated from high school,
Kori says, as Miss Agnes gets into position. Miss Harriet is standing close to her, and I appreciate her care and concern. I also appreciate that she's making sure Miss Agnes doesn't fall down. I know you like to be on the move, seeing new things, not getting bored with the same old, and I thought that with your photography ability combined with Kimber's blog, maybe you would enjoy going with me on my wildlife expeditions. I kind of hold my breath. We've decided we want to be together, but we haven't talked about what the future actually looks like. Last night, as we got home, a thunderstorm blew up, and we spent the evening in our respective tents. Me alone, the ladies together. I guess I'm okay with our future being open-ended as long as I know Kori will be with me. That's really all I care about.
Turn your heads a little so you're facing the wind, Kori.
Miss Agnes says, her order coming out sounding very professional, like a real photographer.
Put your arms around her, Hoover. Act like you love her.
My eyes drop a little and I turn my head toward Miss Agnes. She meets my gaze, and I know we're thinking the same thing. I don't have to pretend to love Kori. There's no pretending involved in this. Kori laughs a little at that, and I turn back to her. Just so you know, you're the only woman in the world that I would be standing here holding in my arms. I suppose actors get paid to do this all the time, but that's not for me. You're the only one. I wasn't saying my words to get brownie points. I was just telling her how I feel, responding to Miss Agnes's words.
I guess it's a good thing, because I'm not interested in doing this with anyone else either.
So your next career isn't going to be modeling? I say, confident in her answer. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing it together. She shakes her head, the orange glow of the sunrise reflecting in her sparkling eyes as her hair lifts and her face tilts. I guess I know Miss Agnes is taking pictures, and this probably isn't the time or the place, but I pull her toward me until our bodies are touching.
I might have a new career as a wilderness survival guides photographer. Maybe I'll graduate to his assistant or helper in a few years.
Her voice is husky and soft, It makes me smile. I think I want you to start out as the assistant or helper or co-guide, whatever. As long as you're there with me, I don't care what the title is. Those are not the most romantic words anyone has ever whispered, but they make her glow even more, and my head lowers, and my lips touch hers, and I forget about the wind and the sunrise and the rocks we're standing on, and Miss Agnes and her camera. I just feel the lady holding me, pressing closer, her lips sweet, my world spinning crazily, anchored by the slender back I'm holding, and knowing this is the woman I'm going to be kissing for the rest of my life. It's a good thought. Epilogue. Kori. 1 week later.
A week ago, when I was standing in the Idaho wilderness, trying to get the bravery to talk to Hoover about commitment, I never thought for 1 second that I would be standing in a hospital room, in a brand new dress, exchanging rings with that man. Miss Agnes is in the hospital bed watching us, and our family is all gathered around. I have to say Miss Agnes looks pretty proud of herself, as though she grew the brain tumor herself just to push Hoover and me together. Maybe she did. I know she's not happy in the hospital room, and she is scheduled to go home soon. With hospice. We brought her back last week, and the next morning she couldn't get out of bed. The doctor said she would slowly deteriorate until the brain tumor took her from us. I suppose it should be a sad time, because I admire and love Miss Agnes. She's been such a great example to me of facing what life throws at you, whether it's something that scares me like a relationship, or something even bigger, like death, or just facing old age with dignity and a sense of humor, and a sense of fun and spirit and courage. Hoover has told me he thinks I'm just like Miss Agnes, and I only wish it could be true. Maybe I'll grow into it. She is certainly leaving us a lot of memories, the very best kind of memories, the kind that stir you and make you smile and challenge you all at the same time. I want to be a better person. Not just being brave, and not just facing my fears, and not just sticking with things. I look at the man beside me, already deeply tanned, shoulders broad, his eyes on me, adoring. I want to be the very best wife to him I can. I'm committing to that today. Whatever it takes, whatever sacrifices I have to make, that's what it means to me when I'm standing here pledging my life to his. I don't think I need to worry about him returning my sentiments or my efforts, but I dig deep, because if something happens and he's unable or unwilling to meet me halfway, to be the very best spouse he can possibly be, I have to be willing to give everything, no matter what he gives in return. That's a scary thought, but one I'm sure about. I look at my mom standing across the bed, holding on to my dad's arm. He's a steady guy, and she's always been there for him. My sisters, all happy with their respective mates, are in the hospital room too, as well as Bain and Kimber. I haven't even had a chance to get to know many of Hoover's brothers, but they're all here too. His parents didn't make it. I think Hoover is sad about that on some level. It makes me sad too. Not sadder than the idea that Miss Agnes is leaving us. But her smile is bright, and her words are clear, and even though she can't walk, there's nothing wrong with her mind. It's not a bad way to go, and I suppose if I had to choose a way, that might be a good one. I don't want to think about that now, though. Hopefully, Hoover and I will have plenty more years together. First, Miss Agnes has provided us with lots of great memories. I can totally see us sitting in front of the fire on a winter evening, laughing over her, enjoying the idea that we're together because of her. After all, if she hadn't planned that last trip, we might not have ended up together after all. Taft, the one brother that I know, aside from Bain, is standing in the corner. I wonder, now that Miss Agnes is leaving us, whether maybe I should take Miss Agnes's place and do a little matchmaking in Hoover's family. His brothers are hard-working men, considerate and kind, and polite, too. I think if I'm going to be spending a lot of time working with his brothers at the lodge and as a wilderness tour guide, I'd like for them all to be settled and married. I think that's enough to keep me occupied, as if being married to Hoover wouldn't be. And then, of course, I wonder about Miss Gertrude and her Mr. Dice. She's not here for the wedding, and I can only hope that she'll be back in time to see Miss Agnes before Miss Agnes passes away. My eyes slide back to the man beside me. Maybe we can do a little finagling together, or, better yet, maybe we can talk to Miss Agnes and find out her secrets. Looks like we're going to need them.
Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Stay with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.